and chat. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to Pokemon Scarlet, where we're going through the Pokedex together with NightFlowerLuv, who I will get on call in just a second. Testing, testing.
Hello, hello.
Welcome in.
Yes, I'm in a raid. I actually swapped to a different game because my memory is so bad. And then I was like, okay, I'll swap back. And then I was like, I don't know how long it's gonna take for this song to finish, so I'll start a raid. And then the song finished, and I'm like, oh crap.
Well, I can wait a minute. Just sitting here with
it shouldn't be too. Don't worry, it'll only be a couple more minutes. It's just a 4-star raid. I figured I'd do it real quick.
Hey,
so
Alana.
how have you been?
Oh, I mean, it's been 24 hours.
I know.
Been less than 24 hours.
I know. But, you know, like, how was Ghost Trick last night?
Ghost Trick was awesome. Huge plot twists, great plot advancement, cool puzzles. It's a great game. Have you played it?
I haven't. I've heard good things about it, but I don't know. I've just never felt the desire to play through it.
I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I just gotta finish off this fortress. It's a 4-star poison type fortress. It shouldn't take too long.
It's got a very good puppy. Alana's right. Oh, Missile is delightful.
I do know that Missile's in the game. He's a Shiba Inu in the Ace Attorney series, but he's Pomeranian, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm pretty like the guy who I think directed or like one of the guys in charge of the game has a dog named Missile. I think is the background to why they're both there's a Missile in both games.
Yep,
okay,
that's exactly it.
Yeah, I'm getting out of the raid, and I will open my Pokedex in just a second. Okay, we were at 150 Torkoal, which is displayed on your screen, so...
Yep.
Just have to get over there. Alright. Volcamel! Oh, it's Volcamel! Okay, we get to start with Numel and Camerupt. I'm so happy. I love these things. I didn't always care about them. Like I said, a lot of Hoenn Pokemon are just kind of like... you know, solid designs that I don't really feel super attached to. But then I used one in Black and White 2, actually.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It was so good. Like, they learn all the moves that they need right as they level up. They get Rock Slide, Earth Power, Lava Plume, all these things. They just get all of the moves that you need, and obviously they're slow, but they hit really hard, and they can take a hit or two, and they're not like good, they're not like super great, but they're fun, and I like them a lot. And I came up with the name Volcamel, which is a perfectly actual, which is just like an actual Pokemon name.
I don't usually go in for slow Pokemon, even though Camerupt is a fire type. It's never really attracted me to using it.
Yeah, most slow fire types aren't very good, and like I said, Camerupt definitely has some like major weaknesses. It's not like it's a Pokemon that I would defend as being objectively good, but it's a fun looking.
Oh, certainly not.
It's a fun looking Pokemon, and Fire and Ground are really good offensive types. I don't usually go for slow Pokemon either, but I don't know. Whenever I've used them, I've enjoyed them. And I appreciate the very simple idea of their design. You know, camels with volcanoes for humps is very silly and good.
Oh, it's a great idea. Camerupt's a great design.
Yeah.
Numble's all right.
Numel is derpy and cute, and I like it very much. And I like that it's like, huh? What? The fun thing is that its abilities totally shift between when it evolves. It gets like simple and oblivious, and then it goes to magma armor and solid rock.
What do those do?
Magma armor prevents you from being frozen. It's real bad, but it also works like flame body outside of battle. And then, but solid rock halves the damage you take from super effective moves, so it basically neutralizes your weaknesses.
Huh. Interesting.
It's actually it might be like 1.5 times less or something, not like half. I don't remember exactly how what the modifier is, but it Rhyperior is notable for having it. I'm pretty sure all of the ones who have it have like a 4 times weakness, but I might be yeah, because Caracosta is 4 times weak to grass, and it has it, and then Rhyperior has a bunch of them, and then Camerupt is weak to water as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like Numel and Camerupt. I have a very personal affection for them. They're very cool.
Magma Armor sounds like it's just there for flavor, because freeze is basically a non-entity in these games, except when it gets you. How long does it take for freeze to wear off?
It's basically the same as sleep, I think. There's like a chance every turn that goes up as the turns progress that you will get out of it, if I'm remembering right.
There was a point where I was frozen in Scarlet on my blind playthrough, and I can't remember what happened there.
I know that I actually have to look something up real fast, because the history teacher has a Luminion, and it was freezing me so goddamn many times, and I have to wonder, does Luminion have Serene Grace?
Does that make status moves work more often?
It does, but it doesn't have it, so I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Alright, next up is Bronzor and Bronzong. Very classic, very good Pokemon. Psychic Steel is one of the best types defensively. It has very few weaknesses, and it can cover for one of its weaknesses with it, depending on which ability you have. Of course, it's weak to Dark and Ghost now, but when it was first introduced, it was very, very solid. And it's very defensively viable and has a lot of tricks, because it's a rain bell, so you can make it so you can teach it Rain Dance. It like learns Rain Dance by level up, I think, these days. Yeah.
I guess it is a rain bell.
Yeah, it's even in its like Pokedex entry, in ages past, this Pokemon was revered as a bringer of rain. So it's like a whole thing. It's based off of ancient archaeological things.
Archaeological?
That's the word I'm looking for. Yep, archaeological finds, like the Jomon era. Also, I just realized that like it has a face.
You never processed that was a face?
Like I knew that those were like eyes, but I didn't process the teeth.
Oh God, those are teeth, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
That's actually pretty unnerving. I like its design even less now.
I mean, I think it's very cool. It's not like personally appealing to me. Like, I don't use these guys very often because I don't really go for tanky guys very often. But like, I appreciate the designs. It's very, very historically inspired, very like simple but very sleek and effective. So I think that their designs are pretty good.
I like Bronzor a lot more than Bronzong.
Yeah, Bronzor is really cute and very simple and symmetrical, which is nice. Also, it looks like in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, you get this little device that kind of looks like a Bronzong with like orbs on each end and everything. It's very weird. Oh, Axew is next. Okay.
The Haxorus line. Axew is so cute.
Axew's great. I don't really like the black and white anime, but Axew is a highlight in that show. It's just nice. It's a really solid line in terms of like design progression. Like Fracture looks a lot more like Axew than it does like Haxorus, but you can still kind of follow the through line.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And Haxorus is really fun to use. Like, it's pretty simple. It's a very simple, like, I go fast and I hit hard, and I can set up with Dragon Dance, and it evolves earlier than the... Yeah, it's just a good Durgan. Oh my god, the photo with its kids. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's pretty cute.
Oh my god, that's super cute. It's a very simple dragon, but it's very effective, and it gets lots of interesting moves like X Scissor and all these other things because it can chop with its blades, and I think that's pretty neat. Even if it's, I've used one in plenty of Alola playthroughs. It's it's better than the other dragon options in Alola, or not Alola, in Unova. I just took my meds. Why am I like this?
I never really use the pseudos in my playthroughs because you always get them so late.
Isn't a pseudo.
Oh yeah, Hydreigon was the pseudo for Gen 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Haxorus is, I mean, it still evolves pretty late, but it's, like, it evolves later than Garchomp, which is a pseudo, but Garchomp evolves super early for pseudo standards, so, although I think Metagross actually evolves the earliest. I think it gets, I don't remember if Metagross is 45 or 50. I'll have to look it up later.
There's a Pokemon that I really like. I love Metagross. I wish it was in this game.
Cool.
Adding it to Sword and Shield was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I appreciate Metagross. It's kind of one of those Pokemon that I think is cool for other people, and then but I don't really have a ton of desire to use myself. You know, it's like, yes, that's Steven Stone's thing, you know?
Bling asks, what makes a Pokemon a pseudo-legendary? It's usually a late-game Pokemon line that has a very high base stat total, often a dragon type, because of the cool factor, that evolves very late. And is usually only found in late-game areas.
Let me pull up the definition of pseudo-legendary Pokemon on Bulbapedia. It's got its entire page. Pseudo-legendary Pokemon is a fan term commonly used to refer to any Pokemon that has a 3-stage evolution line, 1,250,000 experience at level 100, and a base stat total of exactly 600 before Mega Evolution. So, it has to meet
they all have exactly 600?
Yep.
Huh. I guess they decided that's what they wanted this particular type of Pokemon to have. Weird.
Yeah, they all have the same,
Dragonite has base stat total 600?
Yep, Dragonite's the first pseudo.
Huh. Does Tyranitar count as a pseudo?
Yep. Tyranitar is the pseudo of Gen 2. And then Gen 3 gets 2. I don't know why Gen 3 has 2, but
Salamence
it does.
and Metagross.
Yep.
Gen 4 had Garchomp, of course. Gen 5 had Haxorus.
Not Haxorus, Hydreigon.
Right, not Haxorus, Hydreigon. Gen 6, what the hell was Gen 6? Goodra? Mm-hmm. Goodra. And then, Gen 7 was Jongmo-o, right?
Yep.
Gen 8 was Dragapult, which is my favorite.
Yes.
That's my favorite Dargan. Well, Dreepy's my favorite Dargan, but Dragapult is great.
It's very good Durgans. Yes, they're very good Durgans.
And in Gen 9, it's Baxcalibur.
Yeah, which is a pretty cool design. I think I probably would tweak a couple of things. It looks a little bit too much like a dinosaur. I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, is that a fossil? But you know, that kind of is how it is. Oh my God, Mankey is next.
Before we move on, Venom says a little tired of dragon types in that role. I kind of agree. I think there's a cool factor there that can't be denied about dragon types, but I'd love for say a fire type pseudo. That would be cool.
Flicks in the face. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'm not super impressed with Baxcalibur as the pseudo. I feel like they're like, it would be kind of cool to branch out into other types and other design philosophies. I don't know. I'm okay with dragons though.
I hate Frigibax's design.
Yeah, the base form is kind of weird looking, but the middle and final forms are pretty good. So
it looks like it's trying to be Duraludon without what makes Duraludon cool.
Yeah, Yeah, I can see that. It does. It does look a little bit too much like a steel type.
Oh man, you gotta get this one, Alana. It's the best Pokemon game, in my opinion. It's so good.
It's a very good. It's a very good game, despite the flaws. And God, I don't know. There's a lot of good Pokemon games. You know me. I love everything Pokemon. It's hard for me to choose my children. You can't just choose between children.
I can. Gen 6 sucks.
ORAS is good. Omega Ruby.
Alright, XY sucks. How about that?
Yeah, X and Y aren't great. Like, a lot of people will defend them for certain things. Like, they are... In certain ways, they are arguably the hardest games in the series, but only if you are, like, playing with a self-imposed challenge. Like, they are one of the hardest games to Nuzlocke in the series, because a lot of the random trainers will just have, like, really powerful Pokemon with, like, really solid move sets for no reason that will kick your ass.
Oh yeah, one thing... Sorry, go on.
No. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the main gym leaders are usually not that bad, but depending on the way that you challenge you challenge yourself, they can be. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
One thing I really like about Scarlet and Violet is how the gym leaders and the Team Star bosses all have, like, actual teams of their type.
Oh yeah. I thought that. I was saying that too.
They have actual move sets. They're still very offensively based because it's the single player experience, and they don't do, like, competitive strats. But they've got coverage moves out the wazoo. They've got great stab moves.
I went into a Iono's fight, and her Wattrel is like, "Hi, I'm set up Tailwind," and I'm like, "What? What game am I playing?" And then when I was doing the rematches, I went up against Katie, and she sends out a Frostmoth, and he's like, "Hi, I'm a set up Tailwind," and I'm like, "What? Twice?"
I can't remember the last time I saw a Pokemon set up Tailwind in single player, or an AI Pokemon set up Tailwind. Like, how often does that even happen?
It's not a thing. I don't think it's a thing.
Oh man, I have to say, hardest fight in the game is Aerie.
I didn't have that much trouble with her. I'm trying to remember which fight I had the most trouble with. Because I took on Aerie last, though, and, like, some of it is that, like, depending on which order you go in, I took on Aerie last out of, like, all of the different things. Oh God, I'm trying to think. I think the hardest fight for me... God, I don't even remember, because, like, all of them were interesting. Some of the gym rematches were tough because, like, they surprised me, and I didn't have my team prepared in quite the right way. Because, like, you know, I'm rotating through all of my teams and stuff. And sometimes, like, I would wander into a trainer that, you know, one of the like, boss trainers on a route that's, like, super high level, and I'll be like, "Oh, crap!"
I
won't...
I was on level for the start of the gym refights, and I was a little over-leveled by the end of them because you get a lot of EXP from level 66 Pokemon. Mm-hmm. So I didn't really have any trouble with the refights, but it was really cool to see them with actual teams. That's something that Pokemon games don't do often enough. I wish you could refight them multiple times. I wish they showed up in the post-game tournament.
That would be cool, yeah. Hopefully, like, with DLC, there'll be a way to refight them. That's how they put that in Sword and Shield to a certain degree, so that'd be pretty good.
Well, you can refight the gym leaders in the tournament at the end of Sword and Shield. Yeah, like that's. I think that the selection of trainers in the Ace tournament are too small.
Yeah, I hope that they expand it also. We'll have to see. Okay, let's move on though, because it's already been half an hour. And we went through 2 lines. So Mankey,
The
obviously
Mankey
the
line
big
got
thing,
a big glow up this gen.
Annihilate, my guy.
Hell yes.
Annihilate.
Too angry to live, too angry to die.
It's very good, and fighting Ghost is a fun type combo. The only one before this, I think, was Marshadow. And
Marshadow's fighting type?
yep, fighting
Huh.
Ghost. You wouldn't know because nobody ever uses it or has it because it's a mythical and it was tied to a movie nobody liked.
Oh man. I like that Annihilate is good. They knocked it out of the park with the 4 new evolutions: Annihilate,
Yeah.
Dudunsparce, Farigiraf, and King Gambit. They knocked it out of the park with the new evolutions, and I hope these are just the new evolutions of these Pokemon that stick with future gens.
It's interesting. The only one I haven't seen in competitive is the Dunsparce. I've seen all 3 of the other ones. They're all, like, really, really good in various different ways. And, like, it is absolutely astonishing how good Annihilate just going in and saying, hi, I have 110 base HP and a Choice Scarf, and I'm going to kill one of your Pokemon immediately with Final Gambit. And it's just like... It's just, like, normally Final Gambit's not that good of a move, but Annihilate has so much HP and is so fast that it can just... boom, delete one of your Pokemon immediately. And it's like, okay, I guess I have to deal with this, because you always have to be aware of that. Like, no matter what, it can just delete one of your Pokemon. And then if that doesn't, like, if that's not in the cards, then it has Rage Fist once its HP gets low, because it has enough HP to take a few hits. It's like, damn, that's, like, solid.
I'm watching Wolfie VGC uploaded his stream of like the first day of competitive with his disgusting Tatsugiri Dondozo team.
Yeah, I have no idea if the fact that Dondozo keeps its stat boosts if Tatsugiri dies to poison is intentional or an oversight, and I have no idea if or how they would fix it. I mean, like, obviously the idea, like, the idea is that it has to stay in its mouth to get the bonus. But, like, normally there wouldn't be a way to knock it out because it's not targetable. And so, like, the only way to do it would be to have it with this Toxic Orb thing. So I'm like... I actually saw a variation that used a Drift Blim as the lead and had it explode to get Tatsugiri down to 1 HP instead of Final Gambiting it, which I think was very funny and probably, like, a better strategy.
I don't know how to feel about it, because I don't know if it's he's pulled out wins with this team from ridiculous positions, and I don't know how to feel about it because it looks super dominant. I'm only 2 hours into the video, but it looks super dominant, and he's claiming in the video that there's really nothing, no strategy in Gen 9 competitive right now that can really match it.
I have been able to beat it a couple of times. My team right now, I was thinking, like, I wasn't, when I first saw Dondozo and Tatsugiri, I thought that Dondozo was so slow and it wasn't going to make its difference. Like, I thought, like, you know, it has really high HP and attack, but, like, are you really going to get to be able to use it? Yes, you will.
Yes, you will.
Having a double Omni boost is a big fucking deal, believe it or not. So after I realized, oh, okay, yes, this is a problem. Because if you double something's speed, it turns out it's gonna be pretty fast even if it has base 50. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to think about this. And so I thought about it and I, like, specifically worked around it. And I came up with Rotom Mo. Because if you play it correctly, depending on how much HP investment they have, you can KO them with Leaf Storm. and you have to have a choice scarf to be faster than them, even with max speed investment, which is bananas. Well, if they have max speed investment, you have to have a choice scarf to be able to outspeed them. But if they don't have like max HP investment, you can two-shot them with Leaf Storm, and they can't necessarily take you out if you have defense investment, because Rotom's pretty bulky. So that's the thing that I'm using to beat them, but it requires good positioning because it can hit hard, and you need to be able to like take one hit, so you can't like take hits from other things. So it's definitely a dominant strategy, and you have to be aware of it. But I also have my Tatsugiri, who has Storm Drain, as like a switch in to like prevent damage. So like I have a strategy for it, and I have to keep it in mind. Like when I was team building, I was like, okay, I have to be able to beat this, because I came up against it a couple of times with my first build, and that it was not good. It was not good. It was so I was like, okay, I got to rework this. I got to have a way to deal with this, and so I think I've come up with a way that works, but I unfortunately I've won a couple, but then I've lost a whole bunch, mostly because I was really hungry and I didn't eat until like an hour ago. But also because I still just need to learn my matchups and like what kinds of moves everybody's going to be having, because it's a new meta and things are going. People are talking about Annihilape's anime hair, which it definitely. Both Alana and Teddy's comments are not inaccurate.
Kumaida's a Danganronpa character, right?
Yeah. He's the guy associated with Sans Undertale. They're like Tumblr sexy men.
I think I know the character design we're talking about.
Yeah, he's very clearly inspired by the white-haired guy from Evangelion, I think. That's just my opinion, though. I haven't watched Evangelion or played Danganronpa. I just like know a fan reaction when I see one, and I'm like, okay, these are clearly these seem like similar situations.
Oh, also, hi Teddy. Fair warning. I don't know how far into the game you are. I know you've done Team Star, and I think you've done all the Titans. And I think you've done the Elite Four. But this is a spoilery zone. We're not going to be avoiding spoilers. So as much as I'd like to have you join in, if you want to avoid spoilers, I want to warn you about that.
Yeah, the ending part of the game is
really
pretty
good.
Plot heavy.
It's the kind of thing you don't want spoiled for yourself, because it's really good.
And I don't know how far we're going to get. We're probably not going to get to the rest of the past and future Pokemon.
We'll probably get to number 300 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what 300 is. Hold on, let me look what 300 is.
We can try to avoid endgame spoilers while Teddy's here.
Yeah, okay. 300 is Phalanx, so it's before the plot involved Pokemon. All right, so
but yeah, I really like Annihilape.
It's a solid. It's like a really good design and a really solid Pokemon in general. So, all right, who's next? Metatite and Metacham are interesting.
I'm indifferent to this line. Like,
yeah,
it's another Gen 3. Fine, it's fine.
It's interesting because I have a lot of memories of them because you have to always be careful when you're facing them in Nuzlocke, because do you remember how I talked about how Azumarill is a goddamn force of nature because it has huge power?
Oh, does Metacham get huge power?
It has its own variation. It works exactly the same, but it's called pure power instead. And yeah, its attack stat is actually higher normally than Azumarill's is. So it's already... So it can hit you real hard if you're not prepared. So that's like my main association. I also think it's, you know, like it's a fun design. It's very clear what the inspiration is, and I think that works. I it's very much that Gen 3 of like, yeah, this is solid, but I don't have a lot of strong feelings about it.
Yeah. But they keep including it in regional dexes, so...
I mean, Psychic Fighting is a good type, and it has a lot of type coverage, so, like, it is useful in a playthrough, and I'm sure there's plenty of people who like using it because of peer power and everything. So, like, I'm not mad about it. I get why. Oh, it's Riolu next! Oh, it's
Hell
Riolu
yes!
next!
I love Lucario. Riolu is very cute, but I love Lucario.
Does anybody not like, you know, the people? Some people don't like Lucario because it's overrated, and that's fair. But also, I love Lucario.
Yeah, there's definitely a contingent of people who are sick of Lucario, and that contingent of people does not include me.
Hell yes. Look, Aura is like a main thing that I think about when it comes to world building, and I think about Pokemon world building so goddamn much that I'm just like, okay, yes, I am here for Lucario. I am here for like all of the world building implications and the way that it interacts with things, and it's just a solidly cool design, even if its mouth, as I'm sure Teddy has just pointed out, or as Teddy will soon point out, its mouth is weird and it doesn't make sense, but I don't care.
What about it doesn't make sense? It looks like it's in a normal place to me.
It's most dogs that their mouth is like right below their nose. It's like it should be further forward on the snout.
I think the thing about Lucario's face is that it's built like a humanoid face with a snout. Yeah. And like, I think the positioning of the mouth makes sense for the way its face is built.
To be clear, it kind of looks like a guy wearing like a fox mask, and that's where like the mouth would be on a guy wearing a fox mask.
True.
Which I think is basically what you mean. And I think it works well enough. Like, in terms of like if you just look at it and you aren't a furry and don't draw a bunch of furry art and think about how furries are supposed to look constantly, you just look at it and you're like, yeah, that's fine, that makes sense. It's only when you start thinking about it really hard that that you really start getting upset about it. But
we've got some Lucario dislikers in chat, Alana
yeah,
and Teddy.
Like I said, I knew that Teddy would comment about Lucario's mouth because he's done it before. Oh yeah, it is a jackal mask. It's very much Anubis inspired. I just said fox mask because I thought about it, because when I was like dog mask, my immediate thought was Yusuke because I'm Persona brain always on. But yeah, it's a jackal mask. Oh my god, my computer decided that I hadn't moved my mouse around enough. Come on. Screensaver away. Screensaver away. I gotta put in my password. God damn it. Okay. But yeah, I like Lucario. I mean, I watched the Lucario movie when I was like 12, 13. My younger brother absolutely adores Riolu and Lucario. They are his favorite Pokemon. Well,
Riolu is just a fun, cute design. I love Riolu.
Riolu is such an excellent baby Pokemon. Like, it works so well. It is so, like, funky looking. It's like, yes, I am a baby shonen protagonist, and I will defeat all of my enemies and grow stronger and evolve into this cool, badass wolf. And I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Yes. It's a very good line. I'm so glad that Ash finally has one now in the anime. It took like a bajillion years between the movie and this and him actually getting one. But his Riolu Lucario is actually really interesting as a character. And I just really like the design. Like, even though like it technically has some problems, it's still very cool. And fighting steel is a good type. It's really cool that it can be either a physical or a special attacker, depending on what you feel like. I have actually mine set up as a special attacker with Calm Mind, and Vacuum Wave is really cool in that case because it's a special move with priority. So it's like
I just like Aura Sphere.
Yeah. So yeah, I really do like Lucario a lot. So if it is bias, but you know, bias is allowed. That's what this is for. Oh, it gets to be right next to Charcadet. That's actually really cool because like a lot of generations have tried to have a Lucario because like Zorua and Zoroark are very clearly trying to capture that same energy. They even both had a movie, and I think that some other games have had that as well. And Charcadet and Armarouge and the
See, I like
Ceruledge.
I like this line a lot, but I can see the complaint that this is just a person.
See, nobody is complaining about this line.
Really?
I have not seen any complaints. Like the closest I've seen is that somebody looked at Sarah Legend and was like, "This is objectively a bad design, but like this is objectively kind of edgy, kind of overly edgy and kind of weird, but I don't care because because the 12-year-old in my brain is like, look at this badass cool person with swords for hands." And I'm like,
Here's a question. Is Charcadet purple and violet?
Nope.
That's a wasted opportunity.
No, see, the thing is that Armarouge is its actual evolution, and Ceruledge is a corrupted version. You've given it the wrong armor.
Don't you only get Ceruledge's armor in Zapapico and Violet? You can't get Armarouge's?
Yes, but like the whole idea.
So you're saying that Violet is the bad timeline?
It's possible, or it's possible, or like sort of. It might be more of like a past future thing. Like this is the idealistic past, and that's like the corrupted future, or something. But it's sort of related. And Charcadet, I wasn't expecting them to have pre-evolutions. I thought when they first got released, I thought they were legendary Pokemon, but no, they're just Lucario. They're fire versions of Lucario, and I think that's really cool.
I think Charcadet is adorable.
Charcadet's great. It's such a solid design. I wish I got fewer of them via Wonder Trade because it's like, hello, yes, I can only evolve this into one thing. So I decided, okay, fine, I'm going to send out all of the Charcadets I get with Wonder Trade. I'm going to get an armor, give it to it as a hold item, and then send it back off into Wonder Trade.
And hope that somebody realizes it's holding the hold item before they release it.
Yeah. They should, hopefully. It's pretty visible depending on how you look at. Like, you can see hold items in the box when you look at them. But yeah, like, they're very simple designs. They are just kind of dudes in armor, but like, I don't really mind at all. They're very like, you know, they are just Mega Man, but like I like Mega Man's design philosophy. Like, I just like the very simple, straightforward stick legs with the like, this is kind of how I draw people. Like the
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Though it does remind me of My Little Pony feet on Armarouge.
You say that like it's a bad thing. That's like my favorite thing. That's how I draw feet. That's literally how I draw legs, because ankles are hard to draw.
Venom says the fatal corrupting flaw in Ceruledge's armor is that the boots are too big. Very distressing, classic villain backstory stuff. Well, you say that, but this is a game with Mela in it.
This is true. And it's interesting because she has a bunch of Charcadets. So those are literally just her boots, I think, without like a little bit less flair. She has a bunch of Charcadets, and both Armarouge and Ceruledge have big boots. It makes sense. It tracks. She likes Armarouge and Charcadet, or she likes Armarouge and Ceruledge, and that's why she wanted big boots on her outfit. That's actually really fun. Okay, so next up is Barboach. Barboach and Wishpesh are fun.
Barboach is so wiggly.
He's so wiggly.
And I love that they always animate Barboach as so wiggly.
Yes,
it's ridiculous how wiggly Barboach is.
I like catfish. I have a very big respect for catfish because they're easy to farm. So like if you want to eat fish, you should eat catfish because they're easy to farm, and also they taste pretty good, especially deep fried.
I haven't ever been a big fish guy, so I've never had catfish.
I like seafood. My dad's I've had family in Florida for basically my whole life, and also my dad is he likes eating lots of different foods, and so like I've been introduced to sushi and seafood and all these other things like from when I was very small, and I love seafood.
I really like Wishcash as a design.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
Very silly fellow.
Yeah, Wishcash are pretty stocky. Bling just asked if they're small. They're not small, but they're not big either. They're
3 feet long.
Yeah, they're 3 feet long, which is, sizable. It's not small, but they're not like the size of a person.
They are the size of a person in Legends Arceus. So I think in Legends Arceus.
How tall are 15-year-olds? I don't remember how tall I was when I was 15.
Like 5 feet tall. One of the things that I don't like about this game is how small all the wild Pokemon are when you're wandering around. There are some wild Pokemon that are real tiny, and you can't tell anything about them to see if they're shiny or not. Like, you have to really metaphorically crane your neck to see if a Fungus is shiny, for example.
Yeah, it sucks that there's no like sparkle effect like there was in Legends.
It would be okay without the sparkle effect if they were bigger. And I think something that Legends did was make the Pokemon big enough. I'm pretty sure Starly in that game are larger than they're actually supposed to be. Same with Shinx. Whiscash is definitely bigger.
I don't really remember. It's been like my brain is so got wired into Scarlet right now that I don't even remember how I barely remember how Legends looked at this point. It's true that some catfish can get very big. Fish in general can get so much bigger than you think they can. Fish are so weird, so wild. But yeah, it's just very solid. Like, again, it's a very Hoenn thing of like, yes, this is a very solid design that I appreciate quite a lot. Like, these guys have a little bit more character, but it makes sense that Hoenn would have good water types. I think Hoenn has a lot of good water types because there are so many. Because there's so much water,
Hoenn is a region where the design doesn't have a lot of variance. They're all at least fine, but there are very few standouts.
Yeah, there are definitely some though, and like I said, I love Camerupt. That's one that I really like. But okay, Tadbulb is next.
Hell yes, Belly Bolt. I have a Belly Bolt. He's round, and I love him.
Yes, Belly Bolt's great. I wasn't sure what the pre-evolution would be if it had one, but like the Tadbulb is chef's kiss. It's perfect. It's
adorable, but it falls into that complaint I just had about the size of the wild Pokemon. Its shiny is so similar to the way it normally looks that you have a hard time seeing. I've just stopped checking Tadbulbs when I run across them, because there's just no point. You can't see its shiny form to differentiate from its normal form.
That sucks. That is too bad.
Belly Bolt is delightful. I have a Belly Bolt on my team. Belly Bolt is one of my MVPs. I love Electromorphosis as an ability. It's so good.
Yeah, it's a really solid design. Like, I really like the way, like, cause like the face is the same, which I really like. I like that they keep the face, and then like the fact that they change color a little bit, but like there's still enough of that bright yellow. It's very good. It's a very solid design, and like Tadbulb has the white dots on its head that turn into the eyes spots. That's it's perfect. It's a beautiful design.
Wait, those are its eyes, not its nose?
Yes, that on Belly Bolt, that's its face.
That actually makes me like the design a lot less. That looks very creepy.
No, yeah, the things that look like eyes are electric sacs.
I wish you hadn't told me this.
We found that out in the release trailer.
I don't like that. Oh.
I think it's very funny. I think it makes it look very much more like a weird dude. I think it works. I think it works really well. If you go to its like click through and look at its at its model, you will see it blink.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that's horrible.
I got used to it real fast. I don't know why. I just think it works real well. I like it a lot. He looks like a kid's television show character, and it works really well for me. I dig it a lot. It's very funny. I didn't use
That
him
horrible British blobby or whatever.
No, not even like that. It was something like it's you know much something much less creepy than that. But I didn't use him because I was already using like 3 other electric types, one of which hopefully we will get to because I am so excited to talk about that about one of the new electric types.
Oh, I can't stop looking at its eyes. That's horrible.
You want to move on to the next Pokemon?
Oh, Goomy. I like Goodra. I love Goomy. I like Goodra. I don't like Sliggoo, but I love Goomy.
I think they're all really good. I think they I think it's a very solid progression in my opinion.
Again, it's a great evolution line.
Mm-hmm. And Goomy is just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I love him so much.
He's so
cute.
And
Goodra's very friendly looking. It's very nice. And Sliggoo looks like Sliggoo looks kind of weird, but like in a fun way. It's got that kind of like middle evolution idea, but like in a very it works really well. I'm not really sure why I like it, but I really do like it. The little dot eyes, the green dot eyes, really work for me.
See, I think it would look better if it either had real eyes like Goodra or dot eyes like Goomy. The big glowing empty orbs, I think, are what I don't like about the design.
Not sure why I like them. I just kind of do. Some people like it. So it's just sort of a design thing where you either like them or you don't. I often forget that Goodra is like a pseudo-legendary because I think of it so much more. It's like
it's
bulky
just a friend.
Yeah, it's just a bulky dude who's very friendly looking, and I forget that it can do a lot of damage.
It doesn't look like it should be doing a lot of damage.
Alana apparently really likes a Sliggoo.
1 second. I gotta check something. Be right back.
No problem. I think a package just got here, so I might also have to get up in a second if my dog doesn't stop barking, but... I'll wait until Lure gets back, probably.
Okay, back.
Cool. We got a package. I think I might need to go get it. I don't know. My dog's barking, but hopefully... If he doesn't stop in a couple of minutes, then I'll go down and get it. Because my mom did say she was expecting a package, so...
I mean, you might as well go check.
Yeah, I'll go grab it. Be right back. Okay.
Deters predators by making them realize it's upsetting that the small eyes are the real ones. Ah, I wish I hadn't learned which were Bellybolt's real eyes. I hate it now. Oh. It's so unnerving. Now I don't want to use it, but there's no better electric types from Gen 9. I love it mechanically. But yeah, Goomy's just a little guy, and I love him. Send me a link to a Dark Souls monster that might be why its eyes are like that. Oh, I think I've seen this. Where it's got those big, glowy eye things that, and then the actual eyes are tiny right above its toothy maw. Ugh. Their fake eyes jiggle. I love that the first time I fought Arven, his team whittled me down until Mabosstiff finally took me out on its last legs. I was like, okay, you can have that one. The Arven fight was great. That's a great fight. Made even greater by the fact that I went into it at level 54. I was not expecting him to be that high level, and I had to think very fast to pull out a win on that one. That one was rough. I think at that point, Veluza was the strongest Pokemon on my team because I just swapped it in so I could have a water type. I swapped out Cyclizar. Yeah, I jumped between Victory Road, Team Star, and the Titans, and I still did a bunch of them out of order. I did Airy before Ortega, because I thought Ortega was going to be last, and Airy kicked my ass!
I return.
Welcome back. Was it a package?
No. I either got there too late to see what he was barking at, or he was barking at the rain. I just figured I'd also go to the bathroom while I was up.
Airy was rough.
I actually, after a certain point, I was like, all right, well, if there's going to be a specific order I need to go in, then I'm going to look up the order. So I looked up the order, and I knew I had to face Airy last.
She was definitely the toughest. I found her tougher than the Elite Four. I beat the Elite Four and Gita on my first try, but Airy beat me a couple times before I managed to take her down.
I don't remember what all she even has.
She has Passimian, Toxicroak, Annihilate, and... Shoot, she has another Pokemon.
She has the car, but what else is the... I'm trying to remember. To be fair, I had, because I can fix up my
maybe
team.
She only has the 4 in her boss fight, and she has 5 in her refight.
I haven't done any of the Team Star refights, actually.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, I had so many flying types and fairy types, and also a couple psychic types. So I was just like, okay, I think I'm good for this. And so yeah, I didn't have too much trouble. At least I don't remember having too much trouble. But okay, I was just going back to my boxes to see how many flying types I actually had. It's a number. I like birds.
A large amount.
Yes. Okay, so I think Krogunk is next.
It is.
So
another frog type that I'm not terribly fond of.
I'm fond of it because the anime. Brock's Krogunk in the anime is a classic. He's a card.
Yeah, it's... Fighting Poison is a cool type. 4 times weak to Psychic, but...
Yeah. He's got a lot of coverage moves. He's, Sucker Punch and everything. I definitely like the idea, the design elements of Toxicroak, because, the actual like basis is super metal and interesting. There's actually like a frog that breaks its fingers to
And
push
turns
its
them into
bones.
spikes, yeah.
Yeah, it's very metal, and I like it a lot. But the design is a little bit weird in some areas, but like it's distinctive, and I kind of like how it looks like it's got like ninja gear on, sort of at the same time. Like it's very interesting, and I think it definitely works for what it's going for. I don't know why Toxicroak has that spike on its head, but I think it's because like it's a horned frog that does the thing, so it's got a horn.
Its design just doesn't land for me.
Yeah, the teeth and the lips are a little weird, Alana. You're right. um, I don't hate it, but I don't really use it very often. It works fine in my opinion. But I definitely see what the problems are. Okay, it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time.
Your favorite.
I don't know if these guys are my favorite from this gen, but I absolutely adore them. They are so excellent. I saw Wattrel and Kilowattrel, and I was like I first saw Wattrel, I was like, oh my god, there's the bird. I've been waiting for a bird. And I was like, oh my god, Wattrel, that's an amazing name. Petrels are really fun. It looks more like a sparrow, or a swallow than a petrel, but it's very cool looking, and I was expecting it to look more like a I was hoping that it would get either pretty or mean when it evolved, and it got both a little bit, and I'm like, yes. And it's got like it charges electricity in its guller pouch, and I'm like, yes.
Wait,
knocked out of the park.
You think Wattrel looks cool?
No, I think it looks kind of cute and goofy.
Okay, I was gonna say, because it's very doofy, and I love that about it.
And I was pretty sure that it was going to either get, because petrels because like seabirds are either very cool and sleek and pretty looking, or very mean, because petrels are actually one of the meanest birds on the sea. So I was like, okay, it's got to get either pretty or mean, because like obviously it has to be cute in its first form, but if it's going to live up to petrel, it has to be either really pretty, like an albatross maybe, because albatross are related to petrels are basically very big seagulls that eat penguins.
Wait, they eat penguins?
Yes.
How big are they?
Very big.
Oh, wow, this thing is 4.5 feet tall.
Yep. Kilowattrel's huge. Like, the camera doesn't know how to handle it when I send it out in battle, because it's, like, flying pretty high up, but it's also, like, got this wingspan that's, like, 7 feet long, 7 feet wide, and it's, like, I'm very high up in the ground, and I'm very big, and I'm like, okay, come on, camera. But yeah, it's got like a guller pouch, like some birds do, and it charges its electricity in there, and it's really cool because it's very fast. It's got electro ball, volt switch. I use it. I love using it. It gets tailwind. It gets it has volt absorb, which is awesome. It just gives it something that you can switch it into, because it's pretty frail, but it gives you something that you can switch it into. But it also has this other ability, Wind Rider, or not Wind Rider, it's like Wind Power.
It's the same thing as Brambleghast's ability, right?
Yeah,
where it's unaffected by wind moves, and it buffs its stats when it gets hit with one.
It's actually different. Brambleghast is unaffected, but Wattrel, it still gets hit by them, but instead it's like Electromorphosis, where it becomes charged. So it's basically a less good version of Electromorphosis. So I would probably stick with Volt Absorb. I just looked. Its hidden ability is competitive, which is bananas.
What's that one do?
Okay, so if a stat gets lowered, your special attack jumps by 2 stages.
Oh, damn.
It's the special version of Defiant. So it's even better if you send it out against an Intimidate user, because you don't care about your attack, and your special attack just shot up 2 stages. I didn't even know. That's amazing. Oh my god. That's
awesome.
It's really cool. I really love Kilowattrel. It's like, Wattrel's so cute, and Electric Flying is a good type. Like, I love Emolga as well. It's basically just a bigger Emolga. It does
I like it a lot more than Emolga.
Yeah, I mean, Emolga has Nuzzle, which this doesn't have, but otherwise it does basically all the same things. It hits you with Acrobatics, it hits you with Electro Ball, Volt Switch. all these gross things that it can do, and I love it so much. It's just an annoying little bitch, and I love it.
What's its BST?
Oh god, I don't even know. It's probably the same as like Swellows, because it's basically a Swellow. Let me see here. Like, it's probably not objectively that good. 490, that's actually not bad. It's got 125 speed and 105 special attacks, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh wow, it's the same BST as Alakazam and like Altaria and shit? That's wild. What the hell? That's way better than Swellow.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's a really fun bird, and I think it's one of the best birds they've had in a while. And I mean, I love all the birds. I like birds. Like, flying is up there in terms of types that I like, but electric is number 3, and these guys are really good electric types.
Yeah, they're super cool. All right, up next.
Oh yeah, okay. It's my baby. It's the VV. It's VV. Oh my god. Oh my god. Its photo's so good. Look at this dog. Look at this cute fox. I want a million of them. I want a million of them.
I wish we got more evolutions this gen. I always wish we got more evolutions, but it's
it's true. I do love them. I love that all of them are just being cute. And like, you got Flareon running, you got Jolteon stretching because it don't need to run. It's fast. Vaporeon's cute. Espeon's like, what am I gonna look at today? And then Umbreon's like, it's the moon. Like, you got Espeon in the day and Umbreon at night. Very cute. Leafeon is being cute. I love Leafeon.
Leafeon's my favorite evolution.
Oh, they color match. Oh my god, because so Vaporeon's in the water. Jolteon's like super high up, which makes sense. And then like Flareon's in autumn, which is cool. That's actually really nice. And Sylveon's in a city because it's kind of like associated with humans, which I like. Leafeon is probably also my favorite. I really like Flareon, and I wish it was better.
I wish Flareon didn't suck. It's so bad.
It doesn't even suck. It's not that bad. It has base 95 special attack. It's not that bad. Like, it has the same base special attack as, like, most regular special attackers. Like, it's
what about
not
its
even
other
that bad.
stats?
Its attack is 125, so that's good. The only thing that's a problem is that its speed is like 65. That's the main reason that it sucks, is because it's kind of slow, and that's so sad.
Doesn't Flareon not really get any physical fire moves?
It's had Flare Blitz for the last 3 gens, guys. It's not a problem. Like, it's had Flare Blitz. It has superpower for fighting coverage. It has, like, all of the different moves that Eevee can get for coverage. Again, like, a lot of them are special, but its special attack isn't even that bad. It's, like, it's not competitively viable, but in a playthrough, it's totally fine.
Just take the, oh, man. Have you... Never mind, I'm not going to ask that of Teddy. We'll just go past that until he finishes the game.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm gonna go.
I'll just say I love what they've done with the evolutions in this game.
Yeah, because like, it's true that it mostly has fire and fighting type moves with like a couple of things. Oh, it got Trailblaze. That's actually great.
Flareon gets the grass type flame charge?
Yeah, so many fucking Pokemon get Trailblaze. I don't know why they gave so many Pokemon Trailblaze. Probably Eevee gets Trailblaze, and they were just like, sure, everybody all the evolutions can get Trailblaze.
Oh, Teddy's fighting Penny right now. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. I love what they've done with Penny. Penny's
great. She's great. Like, Pikachu can get Trailblaze, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Psyduck for some reason, Drowsy, Chansey. Okay, Scyther and Tauros, all the Eevees.
Scyther makes sense.
Galarian Zapdos is in the code for this game?
Oh yeah, all the special stuff from the Gen 8 DLC and Legends Arceus is in the code.
Is Zacian in the code? Please tell me Zacian's not in the code.
I'd have to look up the list, but I think it is.
It is. Pain. Pain.
Well, hopefully the first 2 seasons will be restricted, so.
Yeah. So it can also get Trailblaze. They just gave, like, anything that can run a little bit fast Trailblaze, because I guess that's, like, the thing. It's like, hi, would you like to run?
Why doesn't Flareon get Flame Charge?
It doesn't. It's gotten it by TM in the.
Oh, I thought you implied that it didn't. My bad.
Yeah, Flame Charge isn't a TM in this game, so it doesn't get it for it doesn't get it for that like it doesn't get it by level up. But I think you could. Oh my god, you can't even breed it onto it. That's fine. That's probably why they gave the Eevees Trailblaze. Flame Charge isn't a TM in this game, so. Although I don't actually remember. No, yeah, Flame Charge is in the game. They removed some moves, but not those. But yeah, it's got like 65 speed, which is the problem, and it only has 65 HP and 60 defense. So it's not. It can't take. But it has 110 special defense. So that's not bad, it's not bad.
Wow.
And it's got 130 attack and 95 special attack. So it's just, if it had more speed, it would be amazing. It's just that it's slow, and it's not so slow that it works in Trick Room.
If only the good ground and rock moves weren't physical.
Yeah. Like, it's Flareon basically has the Rampardos problem in terms of speed, which, is a shame.
Yeah, it's sad.
But I do love Flareon. It's what I evolve my Eevee into most of the time in Gen 1, or like in Fire Red and Leaf Green.
Oh, definitely, same.
When I first played Fire Red and Leaf Green, I named my Eevee Fluffy, and then I was like, crap, now I can't evolve it into Vaporeon or Jolteon, because they aren't fluffy. Flareon's the only one that's fluffy. Like, if you look at these, like, Flareon looks the most like Eevee.
Yeah, like, Vaporeon is a big departure from the Eevee line.
Yeah, I mean, like, it still has the basic body plan and everything. And, Jolteon has the right ears, but, like, Espeon has the right ears, but, like, shaped a little differently. But...
Espeon looks like an Eevee. Umbreon is the one that doesn't look like an Eevee from the Gen 2 evolutions.
Yeah, because its ears are kind of different, but, like, again, it's got the right body plan, and it's supposed to look a little spooky. It's supposed to look a little spoopy.
It's my second favorite evolution.
I do like Umbreon a lot. I mean, like, all of them are good. All of them are good. It's just good design, Brent. It's good design.
Let's be real. They've got to make Penny's Eevee backpack, right?
I hope so.
They've gotta.
I would buy it. I would very much buy it.
They would make so much money from that.
I mean, they already make so much other kind of merchandise. They make so much Eevee merchandise now because Eevee's got secondary mascot status. Please. Just
give us the backpack.
Yes,
it would probably cost like $120. Let's be real.
Yeah, but like it's worth it. It's a big backpack. It'll carry a lot of your shit. And if it's Penny's backpack, it'll probably have like computer pockets. So that'll be good.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Okay. Dunsparce is next. Oh my
god.
Dunsparce is next.
Yes.
So okay, I will be real with you. I first saw the Dunsparce and I was like, really? Really? Because like I've thought of Dunsparce evolutions, forever. I've wanted it to be like a cool Eastern dragon that's like majestic and stuff. I wanted the Gyarados effect. I wanted it to have a Gyarados.
Nope, they doubled down on the joke.
And like after I thought of it, so at first I was like, that's a little disappointing, but then I was like, okay, I have to respect the commitment to the bit. So I'm going to say that I do like the Dunsparce. It's very funny. It's a good commitment to the bit. And
the Dunsparce is one of the funniest jokes Pokemon has ever told.
Yes, it's like, okay, you like Dunsparce?
Here, have more Dunsparce.
And honestly, I can respect that. I can respect that. If I ever make a fan game, I will still have a separate, like, I'll make Dunsparce a branching evolution that has, like, a cool Majestic one and a Dunsparce.
Is the Dunsparce the funniest Pokemon? It might be.
I don't know. There's a lot of competition, but it's up there. It's up there.
Yeah, and they made it much better than Dunsparce. I don't know how good it is. I'm going to use one.
People have not been using it in competitive. Mostly, I think it's just because, like, there are a lot of other normal types that are good, and it's like, you know, it's just kind of a generic tanky normal type, and there's other options for that right now. But, you know, people are probably going to discover at some point, you know, how to use it well. Dunsparce's niche was using Coil in, like, the lower tiers of singles. It, like, set up with Coil and Substitute, and it has Serene Grace, so it can, like, slam you with various things. So there's a lot of stuff that it can do. I don't actually know what the Dunsparce's abilities are. Does it still have Serene Grace? Let me look. I would imagine it just has the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same abilities. It's just more Dunsparce. It's just more Dunsparce. And honestly, God bless.
Go on.
Yeah, it has like 125 HP, 100 attack. It's even got 85 special attack. So if you want to like spam Air Slash with it, you can totally do that. Like that's like it has Dragon Rush, which it's good. It's very solid. I appreciate the commitment to the bit, even if at first I was disappointed. I do appreciate the commitment to the bit.
The Pokemon I'm going to be shiny hunting next is Dunsparce.
Yeah, I saw when last time when you were about to leave when I left right before I left the stream that you had your Dunsparce and your Ditto. I think I might have a foreign Dunsparce if you want to Masada method.
Sure, thanks.
Let me see if I have one. I've done so many Wonder Trades, so I think I would have one, but I might not. But if I do, I will send it over your way, and you can send me some stuff that I need for my Pokedex.
Sweet. I am hoping for the 1 in 200,000 chance of a shiny 3-segment to Dunsparce. It's a 1% chance to get the 3-segment Dunsparce, and it's with shiny odds. With the shiny charm, it's 2,000, 1 in 2,000 shinies. So, it's never gonna happen, but I want it to.
I did see the like Twitter post about it.
Bling wants me to read the Dunsparce's Pokedex entry. This Pokemon uses its hard tail to make its nest by boring holes into bedrock deep underground. The nest can reach lengths of over 6 miles.
It doesn't look like I have a foreign one, unfortunately. I'll do some surprise trades later. But let's see if I can get one. But do we have a foreign Ditto? I might have a foreign Ditto, actually. I don't think so, but yeah, I don't think I've received any Dittos from Wonder Trade, so I won't look. But okay. Who's next? I gotta go catch up to where we were on my Pokedex and scroll, but who's next?
Deerling!
Deerling! I love Deerling! Oh my god, that's one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love Deerling so much. Holy shit.
I think Deerling and Sawsbuck are a cool gimmick. I'm glad that they've gone away from the seasonal thing. I like that it's based on the environment you find it in rather than the time of year it is, so that people can pick the one that they want, and you can experience all of them.
Yeah, I definitely like that as well. Look, here's the thing. Sawsbuck is one of the reasons I love the normal type so much. Like, I've had so many experiences with good normal types in various ways, but the story behind this is a little long. So when I was first getting into Nuzlocke, I got into them through this one, I was not really super into watching them, but I found this one YouTuber who had a lot of really interesting story-based ones. Like he was very into the whole Teddy just made a comment about the story that I want to comment on, but I gotta finish my story.
We'll get to that after you finish your story, because I want to comment on it too.
Yeah, so he's Maryland. He mostly runs a website, an informational Pokemon website, and he's been doing that since like the dawn of the internet, basically. And like he's been doing it for ages and ages. But he started uploading like walkthrough guides, and then he was like, "Oh, I'll try this Nuzlocke thing." And then he kind of like got swept up into the whole thing where like people expect Nuzlockers to keep doing Nuzlocks forever, and of varying different things, and he doesn't really like ROM hacks and all these other things, so he doesn't so he kind of ran out of stuff, and then like the constant pressure of people, the Nuzlocke fandom is really rough. But during like the really interested, like during like the height of his Nuzlocking career, there was he came up with this this sort of variation on the Nuzlocke where you have each of your teams split up into like married pairs, and you can only switch between those two.
The wedlock or whatever it's called. Yeah, I've heard of that.
And so his second wedlock in Pokemon Black is one of the best Nuzlocke series on the internet. And I mean, like, I don't think that Nuzlocks need to be like super death filled to be interesting, but his was. He's got like, because like at the end it was like he got into a groove with his team, but like he had a lot of troubles like really right at the start. Like he lost his starter at one point. Like he lost his starter to like the second Charon fight, and like all these things kept happening. But he eventually worked up his last team, and his final team included a Sawsbuck named Chickadee. And it was paired up with a Garbodor, and he didn't like Garbodor at the start, but because of how his Garbodor helped out with the final fight, he grew to like it a lot more. And so the final battle of his Black Wedlock is phenomenal, and I like the entire time you see this little deer. It just hits like a truck constantly all the time, like because return is awesome, and then you get up into this final fight, and Getsis has his Hydreigon, and it uses Fire Blast. And this deer survives.
Oh wow! Sawsbuck tanked a Fire Blast from Hydreigon?
Yes, and like I don't remember what the levels exactly were. He usually gets his levels like pretty close to the level, so it wasn't like he was under-leveled or over-leveled. He was like he usually works like a soft level limit, so I think he was like about the same level as Getsis' stuff. And then it jump kicks and one-shots the Hydreigon with a critical hit.
Nice.
And that moment is one of the best moments in all of Pokemon fandom, in my opinion. It's the coolest, and I've always liked Sawsbuck because I've always kind of liked normal types, and I think that the grass normal type is really cool, and I like deer. They're cool looking. It's a very good deer design, and I like the seasonal thing. But that shot is all the way up.
I admit that it loses something by ditching the seasonal aspect. I think that was a really cool idea. However, I think that it's less good than having people just being able to pick a Sawsbuck and Deerling they want.
Yeah. Like, the seasons in Unova were interesting, but it's fine that we left them behind and everything. I'm just glad that they decided to bring Sawsbuck back, because, like, when I first, in New Pokemon Snap, the forest, the mystical forest, where it has the different seasons and the different Sawsbuck and Deerling, when I first saw that Deerling and Sawsbuck were in the game, I was like, I was so excited. Because it's just because of that wedlock, and also because I've since used them in many occasions and loved them every time that I use them. It's just like grass and normal are not necessarily the best stab, but it gets like plenty of fighting moves. It gets jump kick, and Deerling is so fucking cute, and Sawsbuck is so cool looking. It's just such a solid deer design, and I think it works so well. And so I absolutely adore Deerling and Sawsbuck, and they're some of my favorite Pokemon of all time because of those things that I mentioned. So.
Before we get to Teddy's thing, Bling asks, do you think that there should be an official Nuzlocke mode in Pokemon? And I would like to say absolutely not.
Yeah.
It would not fit with the way, like, if you think my idea for having an unwinnable fight early in the campaign is bad, Nuzlocke mode would be way worse.
Like, here's the, like, you know, difficulty modes in Pokemon is something that people bring up a lot, and I think that it is a solid idea. I don't know exactly how it would be implemented. Like, it was implemented in Black and White 2 to a certain extent, and I think it works well, except for the fact that they kind of, like, hit it. You have to beat the game first.
Yeah, and who's going to restart their only save file to play a different mode?
And I mean, like, the idea was actually that you would beat the game and then you would give the save file, like the difficulty mode, to someone else. I think that's actually the only thing that you could do.
Huh.
So, like, yeah, I think, because, like, I remember I've beaten the game and then I reset it and I'm like, the key's not there anymore. You have to, like, transfer it. And it's a very weird system, but, like, the idea to give, you know, like, your kid brother an easier time, or, like, have your friend give you, like, a level up on the difficulty is an interesting one. And they were trying to make it about the connectivity, and I think, like, I get the idea. They didn't want to commit to it too much, because if you have a game where people can choose any difficulty they want at the start,
a lot of people will choose hard and then complain.
Exactly. It's dumb, but I can see why they would prefer to just have one rather than... But also, like, there's the fact that the Pokemon Company and Game Freak are, you know, kind of trying to churn these out, and there might not be time to do that. And,
it's a shame, though. I should try a Nuzlocke sometime. That would be cool, an interesting stream. I don't know what game I would Nuzlocke, though.
I have some recommendations for a first Nuzlocke. It's obviously based a lot on, like, which generations you like the most and, like, how difficult of a time you want to have. But Heart Gold and Soul Silver are pretty solid, but you have to be careful because at the end of the game it can be hard to level up stuff. So if you lose stuff at the end, it can be pretty difficult. Fire Red and Leaf Green are pretty easy games in general, and they're very solid, and the selection of Pokemon is a lot less overwhelming, so, like, you know what you're going to get to a larger extent.
Well, I like the idea of the wide selection of Pokemon, because it makes every run different, and it makes it more exciting to see what you get. Yeah,
but I mean, like, even within that, sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming, and you might want to, like, you know, it depends on, like, what part of the challenge that you want to focus on. So, like, I think that those two are pretty good choices for starting out. But, like, Emerald is also pretty good. It's a pretty solid difficulty curve. Gen 3 in general is pretty, like, solid. It's also a little bit hard to find grinding spots in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, but it's not super, like, at the end game. But it's not super difficult, and there's you know, a pretty decent challenge level, and a pretty decent selection of Pokemon. The remakes are a little bit weirder because they like, first of all, they give you Mega Evolution and all these other things, and also, like, the XP share is kind of hard to work with in these games. Like, it depends a lot on how you go about it, but I would but, like, if you don't mind playing an older game, I would say that Emerald is a good place to start, or Fire Red and Leaf Green. But Heart Gold and Soul Silver are really solid, in my opinion, because they have a lot of encounters really early that let you, like, build up a team pretty early on, and that's pretty nice. Gen 5 can be kind of punishing. in Black and White, you can only get like 3 Pokemon before the first gym, like plus the monkey in the Dream Yard, and depending on how you count that, you might not be able to get another Pokemon in the Dream Yard. Bling, different forms of Deerling and Sawsbuck are available in different parts of the map. So, like, the winter ones are available on the Snowy Mountain, and the spring ones are available near flowers and stuff like that.
The autumn one is available in a region that's just in autumn for some reason. It looks really cool, though, so I excuse
all Pokemon games have an autumn area. I don't know why. It's just like a thing. Like all Pokemon games have like a part of the region that is just in autumn. I remember it really clearly from X and Y because that's one of the most memorable things. Like a lot of the locations in X and Y look really interesting.
Oh yeah, visually X and Y is great. It's just that the campaign is a mess. The story sucks. The level curve sucks, and it's got the least amount of new Pokemon of any gen.
Well, yeah, if you don't count Mega Evolution, which I kind of do, but like there's also the part where like I feel like they should have made Mega Evolution more of a thing that your opponents had, but like I get why, because Mega Evolutions can be really hard to deal with. So it's like, I don't know. I think that Alola is fun to Nuzlocke, but you have no interest in Alola. I still need to like work through my I actually need to like work on my computer to get the stream set up so that I can show you Alola in better time. But yeah, you kind of just like which Pokemon games do you like to play, and just kind of like go from there, and like which ones have the best, which ones do you like the selection of Pokemon in the best, and that kind of thing. It's harder with the more recent games where they have Pokemon wandering around, but you know, there's options that you can take. And
close your eyes and hold the direction on the stick.
Yeah, or you like in Sword and Shield, there are places where like the grass will rustle and you can get a random encounter, and that works. That they usually have different stuff than the stuff that's wandering around, but it's like more of a good way to do it. Or you can put all of the Pokemon into like a random number generator and just like hit the random number generator button.
That would probably work better, because even for example in Scarlet and Violet, within a section of the map which is very large, different Pokemon appear in different places. So if you did the close your eyes and hold the direction on the stick method, you'd always get one of the same Pokemon on a run.
Yeah.
So probably random number generator is better.
Yeah, Teddy is bringing up the fact that the start of the Elite Four in this game is stressful as hell, and like I knew my answers. I was pretty sure I knew what I was doing, but God, interviews are so stressful.
I had to remember which town was assigned to which gym leader.
Yeah,
and that was the hardest part for me.
I remembered them for the most part because I had been flying back and forth a lot to do like raids and everything. It took me a while to get through the game. Okay, let's address Teddy's thing from earlier, and then let's move on, because we're not even at 200 yet. It's been an hour and a half.
Okay, Teddy says, now that I've fully finished Operation Starfall and Path of Legends, I gotta say, I like that this game goes so hard in on exploring the ways that parents and authority neglect children. Yeah,
I have thoughts about this that are kind of weird. So, I mean...
well, maybe we should actually hold off on discussing this, because Teddy's still got plot to go through.
It's true, but I was actually going to talk about other games in the series.
Oh, okay.
So here's the thing. Other than Silver, and arguably Norman, but that's kind of up in the air. That's up to fan interpretation. All of the games that have taken place in Western areas are the ones that have had parental abuse as a main theme. And this includes Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness for some reason. Like, the main villain of that has one of the admins of the evil organization is the kid of the boss, and that's just like a thing. They're just like, yeah. Sun and Moon went super hard on it, like super hard on it, like.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of some of the stuff that goes on there.
But Black and White was also basically just that. And like, so New York, Hawaii. Kalos didn't do it super much, but Galler had parts of it. With Chairman Rose's dynamic with both Leon and Bede, arguably fitting into that role. And it's very interesting.
I think it fits with Betty more than it does Leon. I never saw Rose as a father figure to Leon, more an equal.
Rose is definitely his boss, and that it's very clear that like Rose's definition of what Leon should be is affecting like how Leon's reputation has been built. Again, I might just have this because I read a lot of fan fiction, and that's a popular way to create drama in these fanfics. But there is a lot, and I think this comes up in the anime as well. Yeah, the westernness of Hawaii is definitely debatable, but it's still like the idea of it being like. It's, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, this takes place in America, even though Hawaii does, you know, feels certain ways about that. But like Hawaii, Hiba, like Alola is very separate from the rest of Pokemon in terms of like the way that its entire region is even structured. So that's a fair point. The idea of them, but it makes me think about this. I
want a Legends Alola so badly.
It would be very cool, but. I do have to think about this video that I saw talking about Romeo and Juliet that said that Shakespeare often based all of his plays in like other places besides Europe when he wanted to make commentary about, or not places other than Europe, he said places other than England when he wanted to make commentary about England so that he had like a plausible deniability. And I have to wonder like if Pokemon is doing some of the same thing. But like I don't know for sure how genuine that is. Like obviously the themes are like clearly something very important to like the writers that they keep coming up. It does make me think like I wonder if the writers of this game have something to say about their bosses.
Well, there's also something to consider that we haven't had a Japanese main series Pokemon game since Gen 4. We've had.
It's true. They kind of ran out of important. Like they use like Kanto and Johto kind of take up most of like the southern mainland of Japan, and then they made all of Hokkaido and all of I think it's Kyushu, or it's the biggest island on the south into regions. So they kind of ran out of space. But like there are things that they could do. Like they could make like a mountain region.
Yeah, definitely. It is a little interesting to realize that we haven't had a Japanese Pokemon gen since Gen 4. We've had New York, France, Hawaii, England, and Spain. We haven't had a Japanese Pokemon game in a long time.
Japan is kind of a small country. I mean,
True.
There's a limited amount of space to make stuff based off of. Pokemon Conquest arguably counts as a Japanese region, which is in Gen 5, but I have my own thoughts about how Conquest fits into the general timeline of Pokemon.
I own Conquest. I started it, I played like 10 minutes of it, and I put it down, and I never came back to it.
It's a little bit weird to get used to at first. I haven't finished it, but I got through like a third of it, I think. It's not bad. But it does take a little bit to get used to. I mean, like, I've played Fire Emblem, but it doesn't really work exactly like Fire Emblem. It's probably closer to Final Fantasy Tactics, but I haven't played a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics. So.
Yeah, the thing that attracted me to it was that it was Final Fantasy Tactics but Pokemon. And it didn't really scratch that itch from what I played of it.
It takes a little bit to get going from what I remember, and it's a little bit clunky in places because it's very clear that they're being a little bit experimental with this.
Teddy says, I do like that the moment a game went into Pokemon boarding school, one of the main plots is the way that adults fail children regarding bullying.
It's very interesting. Like, I don't know how common boarding school really is in Japan. Like, you see boarding schools sometimes in anime, but like not that often. But also, like, bullying is a major problem in Japan, and like obviously it's a major problem everywhere. But the Team Star plotline does remind me of some anime that I've watched, and like some it's very clearly it's a story that I've seen before, and it works very well. Team Star really is just it's kind of a more refined version of Team Skull. I really like Team Skull. I think the Team Skull works really well in its thing, but the fact that Team Star is students and Team Skull is sort of like young adults without jobs. It's kind of, you kind of feel for the students a little bit more, which is kind of weird. But but like obviously I still feel for Team Skull anyways. But it's like they execute it in very different ways, and I could see somebody thinking that Star is handled better in some ways. But I mean, like a lot of my affection for Team Skull is that I love Guzma.
Yeah, I've heard he's a favorite of basically everybody who plays the game.
He's great. Like the way that they built his character is so good because like his ace is Golisopod. That says something about him. Like that says a lot about him. Like that means that he raised a Wimpod. That means that his fighting style aligns with Golisopods. Like the fact that, you know, like look tough but then like get out when the going gets tough. It's the fact that he's a bug trainer. He's a bug trainer. He's the leader of the criminal organization, and he's a bug gym leader.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. I do really like the way that this game is like, hey, let's have an actual school. Let's have like an actual Pokemon school.
This has the coolest tutorials system of any Pokemon I've ever played, especially because it explains things that you'd have to look up guides for in the past 8 gens.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very fun. A lot of the tutorial stuff is optional, but it's also, like, very character-filled, and it's, like, I love that the trainer school is still a trainer school, and it's still there to give you tutorials, but it is also, like, the place that you live, and it's, like, it's the base of the story. It's good. It's really good. This game has a lot of heart put into it. Okay, let's go. It's Girafarig and Farigiraf time.
Hell yeah. I talked about how much they nailed the new evolutions for old Pokemon in this game, and this one is great.
I was, when I first saw that, like, Girafarig was evolving, I was in the trailer that they released for Farigiraf, I was like, because, like, I liked Girafarig a lot. It's a very fun design. And
it's such a weird little guy. And
I like normal types. Again, I just like normal types.
It's deserved an evolution for a long time. It got seriously neglected for 20 years. 23 years. Gen 2 came out in, like, 99. But now it's got an evolution, and the evolution is awesome. It's a proper giraffe now, and its tail is eating its head. It's such a cool design.
And when I saw its name, I was like, Farigiraf. Farigiraf! I love it. It's so perfect. It's excellent. I love the darker color works really well. The helmet, and it's really competitively viable.
Really?
Just because of Armor Tail. Armor Tail stops priority moves against you and your partner, and it can set up Trick Room, which is good because it's kind of slow. So it has a real niche on Trick Room teams, because you can't fake out to stop it or the partner. It's very solid, and it has like really good stab moves. It's got Hyper Voice, which I didn't know until I fought it like earlier today. I appreciate Farigiraf very much. It's a very good giraffe.
Definitely knocked it out of the park with this one.
Yeah. So next we've got Grimer and Muck.
Kind of weird inclusion. I thought... I've never really liked Grimer and Muck.
They are pretty simple, basic designs. The Alolan forms are really cool. And they kind of
look cool, but it's still Grimer and Muck.
Yeah, the Grimer and Muck are like actually shockingly solid Pokemon. Like if you just want to use them, like they're kind of slow, but they do take special hits pretty well. But you know, they're very Gen 1 designs, and I can appreciate them. You know, like I get that they had a bunch of big cities, so they were like, okay, we've got Grimer and Muck, let's put them in because we've got big cities. But also, like, they're putting in all of the Alolan forms for all the Pokemon that are in this game. So
Oh,
you know,
they are cool.
yeah, I looked for like Pokemon that could learn Trailblaze, and apparently Alolan Raichu, and Alolan Meowth and Persian are in this game. So
Question: do Alolan, Muck, and Grimer have different abilities and stats from regular?
yes, I think so. I know that Alolan. I'm pretty sure that Alolan, Grimer, and Muck have Poison Touch, which regular Grimer and Muck don't have. But let me check here. Yes, they're actually so. Poison Touch is Grimer's hidden ability normally, but it's one of Alolan Grimer's regular abilities. It also has Gluttony, which is character-based, but it also has this ability, Power of Alchemy, that was introduced. It's as its specific ability, and it basically does the same thing as Receiver, which is the Passimian's ability.
What does it do?
When your partner faints, you take their ability.
Oh.
It's kind of situational, but it's good for like if you have an intimidate Pokemon that goes down or something like that. I think all of the legendaries are in, and Silvally is a legendary, so I'm pretty sure that Silvally would be in. I think I actually saw it. Let me go back to the list of Pokemon that can learn Trailblaze for some reason. Because if Zacian was on there, I feel like Type Null and Silvally have to be on that list.
Well, you do. I'm going to talk about something that I wish Pokemon did more, and that I wish they did more with poison types. You've got Koga and Janine, who are cool ninjas, and that associates with the poison type. And you've got what's-her-face in Gen 5, who's the rock star, who's a punk rocker.
Her name is just Roxy.
Yeah, Roxy, and she's a punk rocker, which fits with the poison type. But they never really do anything with poison types in the lore. And I try to address this in my fan region, where the poison type gym leader runs a chemical processing plant that doubles as a home for abandoned poison Pokemon. Because that's going to be a problem with people who raise poison Pokemon and are like, you know what, I don't want to deal with this anymore because of their special needs and the problems that come with them.
It's weird. Apparently, well, okay, so Type Null is not on the list of Pokemon that can learn Trailblaze. But let me see if it's in the code. I'm just gonna like look up Type Null. Let's see.
But yeah, there's so much you could actually do with the world building for poison types, and they just don't.
They do in the anime a fair amount. Oh my god, it's not in the game. I don't think it's in the code for the game because it doesn't even have like a list of level up moves. What the hell? Why would they pick all of the other ones? Especially since there's like weird Ultra Beasts and reversed Tapus in this game. I feel like Silvally is like a natural inclusion. That's weird. I mean, it is technically a legendary. It's got like it's got the legendary like page in the when you catch it in Alola, like it has like the legendary coloration and everything like on its page that all the other legendaries have. And you know, it's not like it's the only legendary to have evolutions. That's Icosmog.
Kubfu.
True. Yeah, they've been doing that a lot lately. Okay. Ooh, Mastiff! Oh, Mastiff and Mastiff.
I don't like Mastiff, but I love Mabostiff.
Mastiff is like the whole Mastiff is like it's a grumpy dog that looks cute. It looks very funny instead of trying to be intimidating, and that's the joke, and I appreciate that. I think it works really well. And Mabostiff is just a good boy. It's a good boss dog, and I feel like it's really interesting because Arven's entire storyline feels like it's exactly the storyline that the Alola anime used with the Stoutland. that was old and that got old and died, and it was really sad. But in this case, the Mastiff looks like an old guy, an old boss dog, but it gets better, and it was just injured. So that's interesting that they did that.
I really like. It's very rare that a dark type Pokemon's design actually looks mischievous and evil, but the evil grin on Mastiff's face when you face it in battle is so good. It's such a good Pokemon design piece. The way it smiles at you is so evil. I love it.
Yeah, it's a really good contrast. Like, you can tell that this is a good dog, but also, like, it will kick your ass. Like, it will relish hurting the people who hurt what it cares about, and I appreciate that. It's very nice. I don't know why they went with Mastiff for a dark type, because I don't really associate them with that, but it works. It's a very solid design, and Mastiff is very silly, and I like that. It's a very silly little, like, it's like the way that it looks is supposed to be like a Japanese delinquent. I think it's supposed to like have like the crazy hair and like the crouching over grimacing at you, but like, you know how like some characters in that archetype take it too far and just look silly.
Yeah. All right. Here's a big contrast. I love Toxtricity, and I hate Toxel. Toxel is so lame. It's my least favorite baby Pokemon of all. I hate it.
I don't know if it's like, I mean, I guess obviously it's a baby, but I don't know if it has the stat line of a baby Pokemon.
Its stats suck. From having tried to use it in Gen 8, its stats suck. Yeah. It's so bad.
Toxel and Toxtricity are the Lucarios of Gen 8. I put that together like immediately. I was like as soon as I saw Toxel in this Pokedex, because I was talking about it earlier, and I was like, does every gen have a Lucario? And yes, I think Toxtricity is the Lucario of Gen 8. It's like it's got like the very cool people-pleasing design that's like very appealing to edgy teenagers, because it is an edgy teenager, and I dig that very much. I kind of get, like, the idea is that it's a screaming child, and then it turns into a screaming edgy teen, and I think that does work thematically, even if Toxel is really weird looking. Oh yeah, Toxtricity is a gay icon, Teddy. Like, that's not news. Like, you look, it's got like ripped pants and everything. Like, come on.
What determines which form a Toxel evolves into?
It's nature, actually.
Huh.
If it has a nature that is more like calm, then it turns into the calm form. Then it turns into the low-key form, like quiet nature, modest nature, that sort of thing. And then if it has something like adamant or hasty or things like that, it turns into the amped form.
Huh. Cool.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I don't remember if there's like a difference in what moves they learn or not. I don't think there's a stat difference, but there might be like
I think it's just cosmetic.
I think there's like a slight difference in which moves they learn by level up, but I don't remember for sure. No, I guess I must be remembering wrong. Yeah, it looks like it's just a aesthetic thing, but that's pretty cool. Oh, it's Dedenne! Oh, Dedenne! I love Dedenne, but only because of Bonnie in the anime. She has a Dedenne. It's just a small, cute hamster guy, and I like its wire tail. It's a very effective Pika clone. And I like that it's a fairy type. It's kind of cute. It's kind of a fun idea. And
it's definitely one of the better Pika clones design-wise, but I've never really been a fan of the Pika clones outside of Mimikyu and Morpeko, both of which do really interesting things with their designs and their concepts.
I like the Pika clones, but that's just because I like seeing like a design like a design idea reimagined in different ways. And so like seeing all of the different like ways that you can have this archetype is really interesting to me. So I really like the little hamster dude. I think he's really nice and compact, and it's a very good representation of a hamster. And it's just like, okay, yes, this is clearly a Pikachu, but it's actually like it's got some it's very much its own character while also clearly being related to Pikachu.
Also, I will admit I've never looked close enough at the den to process that its whiskers are TV antenna.
I know, it's so good.
That's a great design piece.
It's I forget what its abilities are off the top of my head. I don't remember if it has Lightning Rod. I know Togedemaru has Lightning Rod, but I don't remember what abilities Dedenne has. I think it has like I think it has one of its okay, it has Cheek Pouch and Pickup, which are not great, but Cheek Pouch's not bad. It's it heals you when you use like a berry, even if the berry isn't normally a healing berry. But it looks like, but it's like a very fun guy to have like on a journey with Pickup, and then like I think it's a very solid little dude, and I like, I don't know, like I like how freaking round it is. It's just a hamster.
It's very round.
It's just a hamster, and it's very good.
Does Pickup do anything in battle?
It does, actually. It lets you, if you're not holding an item and somebody uses an item, you can pick up that item. But I don't remember what the actual odds are and like how exactly it works. And that was introduced like in Gen 5 or 6. So it's like a recent addition to the ability, but it does technically do something in battle. I just don't remember exactly how it works.
Oh, Trubbish is a rabbit, isn't it?
Oh my god, does Trubbish have the cheeks? Trubbish has the cheeks. Hold on. I gotta go look at Trubbish. Trubbish is a good baby, and I like Trubbish a lot, but like I come on, keyboard, come on, computer, you can do this. I know that you're an old piece of garbage.
By the way, 6 hours into our Pokedex quest, we're halfway through the Pokedex.
Amazing. It doesn't have the cheeks. Like it kind of has like the rabbit ears, but I don't really know if it's supposed to be a Pika clone, really. Does it have the same base stats total? No, it doesn't. I don't really get.
I think Alana was joking around.
I like that they're dust bunnies. It's a very fun idea. Like like they're really good designs. Oh my god, speaking of Pika clones, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the world champion.
The shiny blue and white god.
Hailed as like the reason I got into competitive Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen.
There is one Pachirisu to rule them all. The most legendary Pachirisu to ever be generated by any Pokemon game. I wonder if that Pachirisu still exists on his save file somewhere.
Maybe. I don't think he's doing Pokemon competitively anymore. I think he got into fighting games or something. But hold on a sec. Taking my meds.
The Dragon Killer himself, Squirrely Wrath Incarnate.
Best part is squirrels are actually that big of a pain in the butt to actual humans on the regular, and they cause more power outages than anything else in the U.S. just by chewing on wires. It's very funny.
Is that why Pachirisu is electric?
Yeah, I mean, it's also that like squirrels are a solid idea for a Pika clone. Like, you know, it's just a nice like rodent idea.
True.
They just hit like most rodents like to chew on things, including wires.
True.
Which is why you have to be careful if you own rodents, not to have any wires running around. But yeah, like the reason that Pachirisu is good is because Follow Me is a really good move, but also because its stats are shockingly good in terms of like distribution. And also it has Super Fang, because like, which not all Pika clones have, despite all being rodents, but it has Super Fang. And Super Fang is actually ridiculous.
You should explain to the viewers what happened with this Pachirisu that we're talking about.
So the situation was it 2012 or 2014? I think it was 2014, but I don't remember for sure. Um, I'm so like there are videos that explain this way better than I could.
Yeah, let's
But
just get the short version.
so okay, basically at the 2014 World Championships, yes, it's 2014. I just looked it up. Sejun Park from South Korea, I believe. He became world champion in the Masters division of the Pokemon VGC with a team that involved, I believe it was Gothitelle, Manectric, I think. I don't remember for sure. But a couple of very strong dragons, and then Pachirisu. And everybody was, and like he very much branded himself around this Pachirisu because he knew that like it was obviously very, very strange and different to be using it. But with the citrus berry and the Volt Absorb ability, which it has as its hidden ability, it can actually take a solid amount of hits. It's got like, let me scroll down. It's got 90 special defense, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it can be a lot. Like it's above average. And if you invest your EVs in the right way and make it as bulky as possible, like it's definitely the bulky Pika clone, which is a very interesting choice because most of them are pretty offensive. Um, and of course, it's just as speedy as all the other ones. So it has Nuzzle, which is great because it's electric support, like it's paralysis support that can't be shut off by taunt, which is very important. It has Super Fang, which a lot of the other Pika clones don't, which is really good because if you aren't sure you can KO something, you can cut something that's maybe really bulky or maybe that you really need to KO, but you wouldn't be able to normally. You can cut it down to half immediately. And if you double into that, like you use Super Fang, and then you can just knock something out with your other strong Pokemon. And then you have Redirection with Follow Me to help let your other Pokemon get set up. And I don't remember if the other move, if I assume it had like Protect as its fourth move, but it has a lot of other options, especially like in a main game. Charm is just a really good move, and it gets that super early. Electro Ball's good because it's really fast, and like Nuzzle is just such a good move. And
yeah, definitely. But like, what happened?
So basically, it just survived a bunch of Draco meteors. Like it in the finals, like it's hard to really describe it other than it took a lot of hits that nobody would expect a tiny squirrel to take, and it let Sejin win because of that. Like it took Draco Meteors for, like, to be fair, most of the Pokemon that like it took Draco Meteors from in the finals were normally physical attackers, but you still put Draco Meteor on because it's like really high damage output. So like if it was like a Hydreigon using Draco Meteor, it might not have survived, but because it was like a Salamence and a Garchomp using it, it was arguably easier to survive. But you have to take that kind of thing into account, like what moves are people using. And so this Pachirisu was able to redirect and allow the rest of his Pokemon to set up and just like maneuver freely in the space of the battlefield because it was able to take like a bunch of really big hits because it had like a citrus berry and it just could survive.
He won the actual finals with it, right?
Yes.
Like that specifically happened in the finals, the Draco Meteor redirect?
Yep. I'm looking it up. I can put the link to the actual finals in the chat. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Wolfie VGC's video on the subject because he explains it really well, and he explains how like it wasn't just using a Pokemon that he liked. It was like a very calculated meta pick, and how even really unexpected Pokemon can have really good uses in specific metagames. So I put that link in the chat just now if you guys want to check it out. You can also like I'll also go ahead and put him reacting to it, which is a separate thing. Like the explanation video is very, very short. It's like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then like the full reaction to the full match is like 40 minutes because he pauses it occasionally and the actual match took like 20, 30 minutes.
Can you send those to me as well, please?
Yeah, I'll send you both the links via DM. So the first link in the chat for all the rest of you guys is the analysis video, and the second one is the reaction. And I will just DM you both of them in the same order. The reaction came out first, so you might want to watch that one first. I don't know.
I mean, I know what I'm going to do with my evening.
Yeah, So that's the basic story. Pachirisu proved to be able to take hits a lot better than anticipated, and its utility moves were exactly what the metagame needed, exactly what Seijun needed in his metagame at that time. So, and it was because of that and learning that, like, you know, this tiny squirrel could be really bulky, and like you can like different Pokemon can be useful in different metas if you know what you're doing. That actually got me into a competitive Pokemon originally. Even though like I fell out of it a few times because I wasn't actually that good, and I wasn't like because like in order to use Pokemon effectively, like in like very niche cases, you have to understand all of the edge cases in which things are good, and you have to be able to think and strategize and know when to use each of your utility box moves. And if you do it wrong, it's just not going to work for you. So, you know, I was trying to do things that like an expert does with a beginner level of experience, and that can be very difficult.
I'm going to be trying out VGC in Scarlet, and I'm going to get my ass beat by basic ass teams.
It's true. You like it's important still to, like, when you start out, I think it is important to go with Pokemon that you like. And like even when you're like at higher levels, I think it's important to not necessarily let yourself be a slave to the meta if you aren't like in it to win worlds, but like you should also be able to enjoy every Pokemon, which I can, thankfully, even if I am irritated at Landorus all the time, and Ferrothorn had a lot of my ire when I was first getting into it because it's so irritating and defensive, and you know, all of these things. I still try to remember that I do love Pokemon, and and keep myself in a space where I can use Pokemon even if I am irritated at how overused they are, which I'm kind of doing with a couple of Pokemon on this team, but it on the team that I'm working on for VGC. But I've been having mixed results. It does work. I'm just still not that great at the game yet. I'm still learning. Okay, moving on. Shroodle. I love Grafaiai, and I love Shroodle.
Grafaiai is a really cool addition to the lore of the world. Shroodle is just kind of there for me. Like, I'm not a big fan of the design. It's part of my least favorite thing about Gen 9 designs is that there's so much more. They're cartoony in an off-putting way, as opposed to cartoony in like the cel-shaded classic way that Pokemon were from Gens 1 to 8. But there's not that many Pokemon that have the problem I'm talking about in Gen 9. It's just very noticeable with the ones that do have it.
Yeah, they definitely went for Goofy in this game. Like, they leaned into Goofy a lot more in this game, and I had it took a minute to get for me to get used to that, but I
think that the Mon designs in Gen 9 are overall really good. There are very few things that I actively dislike, aside from the Palmy line. But yeah, some of them are just weird.
Yeah,
it does look like a Mario enemy. You're right.
Yeah, that it does look like a Mario enemy, Alana. That's a good thing. When I first saw Shroodle, I was like, oh, Grafaiai evolves from something. and then I caught it, and then I like ran into it, and I saw that it was named Strudel, and I was like, oh my god, that's such a good name. Because so to go over, eyes are one of the few toxic mammals that produce a toxin, and shrews as a group are another of the very select few poisonous mammals. So it's actually really cool that they went with a shrew as the pre-evo, because it's like, okay, it's another poisonous mammal, and Strudel as a name is very excellent. It's very cute. It's a very good name. The design is very goofy, but it does evoke a little shrew with poison buck teeth, which I do like. I do still like. I struggled not to see that as a tongue, but it is supposed to be buck teeth.
That's teeth? I thought it was a tongue.
No, it's supposed to be buck teeth.
That's not very clear in the design.
Yeah, it's supposed to, like it says in the thing. Usually a mellow Pokemon, it will sink its sharp poison-coated front teeth into any that anger it, and so like it's they're definitely supposed to be teeth, but it is a little bit weird. Like it's probably supposed to be kind of ambiguous, like it's supposed to kind of look like a tongue even though it's teeth.
It really does look like it's sticking its tongue at us. That's weird.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that the Trudel and Grafaiai overall are very solid. I really like normal types, and Grafaiai's signature move is really fun, and I'm having a lot of fun using it in VGC.
Yeah, you're using it to remove Slacking's Truant ability, right?
Yep. And the ways that you can fiddle with abilities, it's even fun, like, with other stuff, like, because, like, if you copy Intimidate, then you get a double Intimidate off onto your opponent immediately, so, like, you can bring in your Grafaiai, because, like, what you want to do is you want to basically immediately Parting Shot out, so that you can, like, constantly be switching in, and, like, when Grafaiai comes back in, it'll have its Prankster again, and these things like that. And Parting Shot's just a really good support move in general.
Oh boy, up next is Stantler.
Oh my god, I really like Stantler as a design. In general, I think it's a pretty, it's a very solid, weird deer, which I like that. And then but like weird deer, which I did that on purpose.
I noticed.
is such a good design, and it's such a good evolution of Stantler. It's like, yes, we're gonna take the psychic mystical aspects of this very strange creature, and we're gonna pump it up, and we're gonna make it a full-on psychic type. And I dig that a lot, and I'm excited to try using Weirdeer once it gets available into the game. That'll be very nice.
Yeah, adding the Legends Arceus evolutions into competitive is going to be interesting. I want to see if Cleavor gets used for anything.
I'm not really sure. Rock Bug is kind of a weird type, and Scizor is already, like Scizor is it has such a niche already. It's like, and Cleavor's like slower, I think. Like Scizor is already not very fast, but it has like a lot of priority moves. So it's like, so Scizor has like such a niche already that I don't know like what Cleavor is really going to do. It might have some things. I haven't really looked at Cleavor's stats, but it's interesting. I'm more interested in figuring out how to deal with Ursaluna, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. But yeah, Gen 2 has been getting a lot of love in 2022. Stantler, Farigiraf, Dunsparce, Ursaring.
Now just give me Let's Go Johto, and we'll be good.
I struggle to find any interest in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee because I don't really like the catching mechanic. I've played some Pokemon Go, and I didn't enjoy it.
A lot of people don't like the catching mechanic in Let's Go. Like, objectively, Let's Go is not the best game in the world, but I think as, like, an entry point to the series for young kids, as a for what it is, I think that it does what it intends to do very well.
As an entry point for Pokemon Go players, it's brilliant. Yes. I fully agree that it's something that should exist. I just struggle to have any interest in it.
No, yeah, I totally get that. I have been wanting a Pokemon Yellow remake for literally since I learned that remakes could happen for Pokemon. Like as soon as Fire Red and Leaf Green happened, I was like, "Where's the Yellow remake? Where's the Yellow remake?" And so I've been waiting for this for like a long time. And so even though I knew that it was kind of a dumbed down entry point series, second like entry, I still was like, I'm gonna play this and I'm probably gonna like it because I can't dislike Pokemon games. And I think that it works really well for what it is trying to be, and I think that it could really be expanded in Gen 2, and I think that it's a very interesting alternate play style that I would like to see expanded. So I think it would be very cool, and I also just like the idea of like what things are you going to use instead of Pikachu and Eevee? Like you can use like Sneasel and Apom would be a good choice. I think personally, it's my thing.
I think the starters in Gen 2 are, well, full disclaimer, the starters in Gen 2 are among my favorite starters in the whole series.
Oh, yeah,
I think
same,
Totodile is the best designed starter design out of all 9 generations. So I think the Gen 2 starters are really tied up in the identity of Gen 2 in ways that Pikachu and Eevee took over from the Gen 1 starters.
That could be arguable, but I really do feel like there are like other parts of Gen 2. Like I said, like it's hard to conceive of them making a Let's Go 2 because I don't think the game did very well and people didn't really like it that much. But I like to think about like what Pokemon are like these sort of secondary mascots. Because there are a lot of there are certain Pokemon that get these reputations in like a lot of different press. Like Ash got his Apom, as like there was Apom is actually like really prominent in a lot of Gen 2 like Johto adjacent marketing and stuff. And like they gave it an evolution in Gen 4 and it was like a major player in the anime at the end of Gen 3 and at the beginning of Gen 4. And that's really interesting to me. And then like the other Pokemon that I can think of for Gen 2 that would be like, it's like maybe Teddy Ursa, maybe Phanpy, kind of has the same vibe.
Oh, and
Mareep.
Let's Go Togepi is the mascot of Gen 2. Let's say that. Also, I'm going to have to correct you. I just looked it up. The Let's Go game sold 14 million copies.
Oh, well, never mind then. But like the thing is, they can't just pick a baby Pokemon because, like obviously Togepi would make sense, but Togepi sucks. And like Pikachu and Eevee both like have enough stats that like if you boost them a little, like they did in Let's Go, then they're viable enough that it works.
Yeah, you can't evolve your starter in Let's Go, right?
Nope. They have a little bit beefed up base stat total and these crazy signature moves to make up for it. And like if they did something like that with Togepi, but like Togepi
which is a shame because the whole point of Eevee is to evolve it.
Yeah, but they give it a type of, they give it a move of every different type of its evolutions, and you can catch other Eevee. So like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh wait, there are wild Eevee in Let's Go?
Yep. Huh. And wild Pikachu too.
Well, I mean, there were already wild Pikachu, but where do you find wild Eevee?
In the place that replaced Cycling Road. They're pretty high level though, so you have to like be aware of that when you evolve them and like be able to get to the relearner. And I don't actually remember, like you have to have where the relearner is and how it works in Let's Go, but that's separate. See, the thing is, Togepi is not a fighter. It's not like a Pokemon partner that you travel with that protects you. It's a baby, and like it's been marketed as like something that you take care of and then grows into something more powerful. It's not something that like Ash's Pikachu or a lot of Eevees that are very capable fighters in and of themselves. Like it's a baby that was always like, oh, whoops, I'm gonna wander off and cause the problem that's gonna lead to the plot in the anime. And or like, I'm going to waggle my finger and Deus Ex Machina us into a solution. That's what Togepi is marketed as. So you can't really put it as like the partner for like a game without, because like it's a baby. It's a baby. Like you like and like a lot of the plot in the existing Johto remix is like hatching the Togepi egg at a specific time. Like you get the Togepi egg at such a specific time. Like it's part of the plot already. So I feel like it wouldn't make sense to have Let's Go Togepi at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a joke.
Yeah. Venom, I understand the idea of like the fact that Clefairy was originally supposed to be the mascot, but at this point, Eevee is that. Eevee is the secondary mascot. Eevee has taken that place, and I think it works better than Clefairy, honestly.
Yeah, Eevee's more iconic and does more interesting things.
And it works so well as an inverse to Pikachu. Like, especially the way that Pikachu got branded as, like, in the in the anime as Ash's partner, it doesn't evolve, and then Eevee is all about evolving into different things, and I think it works really well in that regard.
It's also, because it's a Yellow remake, you and Gary get Pikachu and Eevee.
That's also true. It does work that in that regard as well.
What's the name of that weird added rival that replaces Gary?
His name is Trace.
Trace, huh?
Yeah, red, blue, and green are all in the game, though, which is very interesting. I don't really know how like it works in the timeline, but yeah. Blue takes over as the Viridian gym leader after you beat up Giovanni. He's not like the champion, but he does still like take over the gym. And he's kind of like this weird, he's like a cool big brother. It's very weird. He's kind of got an attitude, but it's not like bad at all. He's just kind of cool.
That's so weird, because my Gary is an asshole. That's how I like him.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they've been giving him character development for all the entire generations.
Later, Gary learning his lesson and not being an asshole is a good way to take him, but in Gen 1, Gary should be a dickhead.
So, like, the thing is, right, is that it's sort of like Blue and Red went on their adventure already, but, like, they didn't do any of the plot beating Team Rocket. It's sort of like the lore is a little bit weird and not super clear.
That is pretty weird.
It's sort of, but it's you know it's sort of interesting and fun, and like Blue is very much a reference to the manga, which is crazy. Actually, in the most recent anime, the female companion Chloe has an Eevee that seemingly can't evolve. Huh. And I mean, and they've done a number of different things with Eevee that can't evolve. If you give Eevee the Gigantamax factor, it can't evolve. Same with Pikachu with the Gigantamax factor.
Really?
So it's because that's supposed to be the Eevee, the partner Eevee that didn't want to evolve. And I mean, like, I think it works fine. Like the idea of a.
So that shiny Gigantamax Eevee that I've got sitting in my shield file is stuck as an Eevee forever.
I think so. It might just lose the Gigantamax factor when it evolves, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere I read that it can't evolve. But let me find out.
Red and Blue are on vacation together in Sun and Moon. That's fun.
Oh yes. Once you beat the game, you go over to the battle tree, and right when you get there, in order to like welcome you to like the post game, you can choose one of them to fight, and they're just college students. They look like college students.
Yeah, they're adults, right?
Yeah, like and they're and they are there together, and it's like. Okay, yes, it says Eevee with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. It might be able to evolve if you move it forward into Scarlet or Violet. I don't know.
Who knows?
It's very fun. It's a very cute thing, and they both have their like Heart Gold, Soul Silver teams. Okay, it's Among Us time.
Here is my biggest problem with the game, aside from the performance issues. The Pokemon are so fucking small.
Yeah.
They're so small, you can't see them.
Yeah,
And
I
nowhere,
like that
well,
right
I guess Flabebe is worse, but nowhere.
Flabebe is so much worse.
Nowhere, aside from Flabebe, none of the Pokemon are worse with this than Fungus. Especially because they're facing you and their red part is on the back, which means you have to go around them or wait for them to do weird animations to see if they're shiny. So you're just standing there staring at a 3-inch tall mushroom.
Yeah. It's not great. But I mean, for the most part, you're so much taller than them that you can, like, sort of just run past them and look. But, we have somebody in the chat who is claiming to give away shiny Oinkolons.
Maybe.
I do not recognize this username, but you know.
Yeah,
maybe?
it's a new chatter. Maybe. Not right now though. We're doing a show.
Yeah, I do like the Dex entry, and I like the photograph that has Fungus right next to a Pokeball. It's very fun the way that they've played with the Pokeball design.
Yeah.
It's very excellent. And then we got Among Us, one of the chief irritants of VGC.
Rage Powder, right?
Yep. And it's just a bulky bitch. It's just not killable. It's a pain in the absolute ass.
Rage Powder is Follow Me, right?
Yep. We have so many mushrooms now.
Except it's blocked by grass types and the gas mask?
The safety goggles, yeah. But because Amoonguss is so much bulkier than usual Follow Me users, it's still really good. Every mushroom can learn Rage Powder, and I think some of the butterflies can too. We have so many goddamn mushrooms now.
Yeah, there are 5. We forgot Morlul and...
and
I see you've forgotten what it's called too.
Hold on. Oh my god, I don't remember it all. Shiinotic, that's the one. Yeah. So yeah, I like that they put Fungus and Amoonguss right next to Voltorbs. Like, yes, the Pokeball mimics, they stay together.
Oh yeah, they are next to him.
Also, in the Electrode photo, one of the Voltorbs is upside down. That's cute. Oh, that's funny.
I'm kind of indifferent to Voltorb and Electrode. I think their shinies look really cool. I think Voltorb is a cooler design than Electrode. And I like the Pokeball Mimic thing for Voltorb, but I just don't like Electrode.
I like Hisui. I like both of their Hisuian forms a whole lot.
A whole lot better. Yeah, I agree.
I like that they swapped out which one is Grumpy.
The Hisuian Electrode is why Electrode is in Gen 9.
Mm-hmm. I like that they swapped which one is Grumpy and which one is Happy in the Hisuian forms. That's fun. I think that's really cute that Voltorb is normally Grumpy and then Hisuian Voltorb is very happy, and then the opposite is true for Electrode. I think that Voltorb and Electrode are exactly what they are trying to be, and I appreciate that, and I think it's a very fun idea that
I just wish it didn't swap the white and red parts.
I think that it makes sense, like, okay, how are we going to make this very clearly different? Obviously, we don't need to make it super clearly different since we already did Grimer and Muck and just made Grimer bigger and grumpier, but it's fine. We'll try to make things really different. Let's flip it upside down. That'll be it. That'll show that it's evolved and different. And I think it works pretty well for what it is. It kind of looks like he's got like a beard. It kind of looks like he's like a goofy guy with a weird beard.
I can see
I think
that.
it works. I think it works really well for what it is. It's not like I love Voltorb and Electrode, but I think that they are funny, and I think that they do what they set out to do. So I appreciate it.
I didn't notice that the Hisuian forms were switched to grumpiness. I thought the Hisuian Voltorb still had the angry eyebrows.
Nope, it's got like big upwards eyebrows. It's very happy looking.
Huh.
And then Electrode has like big angry eyes.
Weird.
Yeah. Oh, then we got Magnemite and Magneton and Magnezone, which I
love this line.
It's very fun. It's a very simple idea, but then Magnezone goes above and beyond and makes it an entire UFO. And
Magnezone is one of the only Gen 4 extra evolutions that I really like.
It's still 3 balls fused together, and each of them has an eyeball. It's so good.
It's super cool too. It gets levitate, right?
No. It
Really?
has Magnet Rise, but it just has the same abilities as Magneton does.
I kind of thought that Magnemite and Magneton got levitate.
Nope. It's Magnet Pull and Sturdy. And then they can levitate with Magnet Rise.
What's Magnet Pull do?
It stops opposing steel types from being able to switch out. It's Arena Trap, but only for opposing steel types.
That's really bad.
Yeah.
That's atrocious. Why did they think that was a good idea?
Because they were just coming up with the idea of abilities, and they were like, let's do thematically, I guess?
It's been 20 years since then.
I don't know, man. I think it might have an out-of-battle effect, but I don't really know. Let me look. Magnet Pull.
Surely they could have changed that in the last 20 years. Well, they still have anticipation.
In Gen 3 it affected allies.
What?
In Gen 3 it affected allies. That's funny. But apparently, outside of battle, it does make steel types more likely to be found if you have it in the party.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
So that's kind of fun.
That's for hunting Beldums.
Yeah, or other Magnemite. Oh, I guess, yeah. If you're, well, Beldums didn't appear in the wild until way later, so it'd be more for
Beldums were Gen 3. Where did you find Beldum in Gen 3?
You got it as a gift after you beat the Elite Four.
Oh, I thought you could find wild Beldums.
No, you're thinking of Bagon, which is only in like one cave, and like one part of one cave that you can't get until you have Waterfall. But yeah, you get a Beldum from Steven after you beat the game.
Weird.
Yeah. Okay, then we got Ditto. Ditto is...
Hey!
I like that Pikachu is here because it's fun because Ditto is very like iconic, but also Pikachu in the anime is very good at mimicking other Pokemon. Ash's Pikachu has like a little side hustle of like being able to basically shapeshift to look like other Pokemon with its ears and its face. It's very funny and silly. So I don't know if that's what they were referencing or if it's just the fact that Ditto is iconic and Pikachu is also, the mascot. Ditto is Ditto.
Ditto is Ditto. I like Ditto a lot. It's just a protean blob.
It's very excellent. How do you feel? Where do you fall on the failed clone of Mew theory?
I don't think so. I think it's just a little friend that lives in the wild in Cerulean Cave and copies people. I think there's also way too many of them now for that to be the case.
They can. I mean, maybe, but like you never know. Like if they can breed with if they can breed with stuff, maybe they can separate by asexual reproduction. They're probably just amoebas. They're just amoebas. It's
cool to theorize, though.
Yeah, the fact that their shiny colors line up and you find them in Cerulean Cave and and all these other things is like. They might have intended for that to be the case originally, and then they just kind of like, well, we can't not use it because it's really good for breeding, I do like that in Gen 2, they're on the route with the daycare. Like, Hey, this is
Yeah.
what you use Ditto for.
Oh yeah, we were talking about what Pokemon were in every gen except 5, and Ditto.
Ditto would be, yeah. I think it is. I don't remember if it's. You can't really. It's not in the regional decks of 3. I know that.
Is it
And I
not?
think it. No. It's. I don't think it's in 4 either in the regional decks. It might be. I can't really remember. No, I think it is. But I think it might only be in the platinum decks.
Well, they realized that not having it was a mistake by then, and it's been in every non-Gen 5 deck since.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I would have to. I would have to look to make sure that it was in Alola, but I'm pretty sure it was in Alola. Alrighty. So next up is Growlithe.
Hell
we got
yes.
some good boys. We got some good ass
yes.
boys.
I love Arcanine.
I want to ride on it.
I would love to ride an Arcanine.
Everybody wants to ride on the back of an Arcanine.
It's so fluffy.
It's so fluffy and cool, and it's such a protective big dog, and it would guard you with its life and burn all the people who tried to hurt you. And it's like it's just so big and huge, and who doesn't want to ride on a big cool dog?
It's
I also want to ride on all of the legendary.
Damn, I knew it was big, but wow.
It is a large animal.
I love how they've never made it anything but called legendary Pokemon in its Pokedex entries.
And I appreciate it. Like, it's because, like, Shisa, which it's based off of, are, like, legendary creatures.
Oh, that is a Shisa.
Like, it's kind of, like, it's got some tiger elements in there as well, but it is very much a Shisa.
Huh.
And, like, obviously the Hisuian form makes it so much more of a Shisa.
Yeah, definitely.
But, like,
I actually like the Hisuian Growlithe and Arcanine less than base, but that's just because I really like Cantonian Arcanine a lot.
It's just, these look a lot fluffier. Like, the rock type is cool, and I like them a lot, but these look way fluffier and, like, in a more realistic way. I appreciate both dogs and cats for those in the chat. I have a dog and 4 cats.
I'm more of a cat person. Dogs overwhelm me, but I really want to ride an Arcanine.
Yeah, I mean, like when a dog is smart enough and cool enough to take care to be big enough to take care of itself for the most part, but also be able to protect you really well. Like, I mean, I also would like a large cat. And I mean, like, obviously it's got tiger elements because, Shisa is lion dog, so it's got, like, some elements of the feline in it, but it's mostly a big dog. And obviously Growlithe is just a good boy. Growlithe is just such a good fucking boy.
I love this line.
It's so fluffy. It's so good. I've used it. I first used one in Gen 5. I hadn't used one before then. In Black and White 2, you can get them super early, and I was like, sure. I haven't gotten a fire type yet this game. Usually, you get them pretty late, and I've usually have like a full team by then, or I've picked the fire starter or such things. But Phantom, come on. I gotta go to the bathroom. We can discuss Teddy Ursa as soon as I get back.
Alrighty. But yeah, I love Arcanine. I've never used one, which I'm realizing just now is very weird. I've never used an Arcanine, but I love Arcanine. Also, Alana, you commented earlier that it took us 2 hours to get from 151 to 201. And yes, but I like that we have a lot to talk about. We've had so much to talk about all these Pokemon and the history of Pokemon and what we like about Pokemon, and I think it's really cool. I am enjoying this immensely. Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. It's always cool to see you in chat. I really should try a Nuzlocke sometime. Just to see if I enjoy it. Oh, man. This is my favorite Pokemon game, but I'm not sure it's a good Nuzlocke to start with. And the open nature of it means I'd have to confine myself to an order. I'd have to look up the order you do everything in and follow that order strictly. Or else I'd be completely overleveled for some things and there'd be no challenge to some of the gyms and Starfall bases. It would be a strange one to start with. I have to say, though, they finally got the EXP share right in this game. It took them 3 generations and Legends Arceus to get it right so you weren't over-leveled constantly by doing stuff. But they managed to get it right. And I had a great time with the character progression in this game. My Pokemon were mostly on level for the stuff I was doing. And I had a real challenge. Mostly came here just for Tinka, but I've been genuinely enjoying the entire thing. Good. I'm enjoying listening to the discussion as well. I'm glad. It won't be Tinkaton today. I already got my shiny Tinkaton. Which I can show off. Hang on. I got it on egg 42. Which is absolutely wild. That's the first successful shiny hunt I've ever had. I've tried a couple of times before. I hatched like 400 or 500 Torchic eggs in Gen 8 trying to get a shiny Torchic. And failed. But this one, it happened immediately. I had like 150, 160 eggs saved up to go through. And I got it on egg 42. Hammer is the color of tarnished silver and shiny Corviknight are silver. Oh, so the people who've been going, hey, you're stupid for thinking that's shiny Corviknight parts, are incorrect. Cool. But yeah, Tinkaton is my favorite Pokemon in Gen 9. It's so fun. It's cute, it's funny, it's got a big fuck-off hammer, and its Pokedex entry is hilarious. I love Tinkaton. Also, it gets a base 160 power move, which is fun to bonk people with. It's so good. I love it. And I love the memes. I love the Tinkaton memes. What number in the Pokedex is Tinkaton? Have we done it already? It's 281, so we'll get to that today. But its Pokedex entry says that it It likes to knock Corviknight out of the sky with big fuck-off rocks that it hits with its hammer. It's so funny. I'll have to share some Take-A-Ton memes with you, Alana. It's so funny. And yet it can't learn Smackdown, which is a huge oversight. Clodsire is my second favorite, though. I love Clodsire. It's so cute, and it's so chunky, and it's so dumb. I love it. It is one of the all-stars of my team. One of the MVPs of my team. It carried me through so much in my blind playthrough. Do I have time to take a bite out of my Slim Jim? Yeah, Nimona is great. Nimona is a fantastic rival. I don't like her as much as Gary, but I think she's my second favorite rival. Nimona is absolutely fight sexual, yes. Yeah, Clodsire is the mud puppy Quagsire. Nimona is autistic Goku. She is absolutely autistic coded. And I love her for it. She's basically Ash
Okay, I'm
with
back.
a third brain cell? Huh.
Sorry.
So,
I'm back.
welcome
Sorry
back.
for the wait.
What?
I just said sorry for the wait.
Ah. No worries.
What did I miss?
Talking about Nimona and Take-A-Ton.
Nimona's great.
Nimona's
Take-A-Ton is
fantastic.
also great. I appreciate, Teddy, that you have implied that Ash has 2 brain cells. That's good. He does have 2 brain cells. He activates them when he needs to come up with a cool battle strategy. But it's only 2 of them. Okay, Teddy Ursa time. I adore the way that Teddy Ursa and Ursaring work. It's the very definition of, oh, cute bear. Ah, bear.
Yep. It's a great design. I love that Ursaring is furry. I love that he's got a fur texture. That's been too long coming.
Yes, he is very fuzzy. And I appreciate that.
And like you said, it's going to be interesting to see what Ursaluna does to the competitive scene.
Ursaluna is a very interesting design. I mean, like... I guess, like, there's no reason not to talk about it here. It's I think it's very cool. It's a little bit weird that they decided to go with the ground type, because there's not a ton of bears that like dig, but there were like ancient bears that dug. But that's kind of interesting because it's not like because I think those died out way before people. Obviously way before like the
modern era.
yeah, before like the time that Hisui took place in, which is like the 1800s. But
Well, there's
there
lots
was
of
like
Pokemon that are based on extinct Pokemon without being fossil Pokemon.
that's true. That's fair.
Dreepy,
It's just
for
interesting
example.
that they, yeah, it's just interesting that they decided to go with that as like a new evolution to introduce. Um, but it is very cool, and it's like I like the way that it's very like it's all quadrupedal and very like big and beefy, and it like its face is kind of weird looking, like how some bear faces kind of are, and I appreciate Ursaluna a lot. I think it works really well, and like I said, Teddy Ursa and Ursa Ring is just a very solid um, contrast of a oh it's a baby bear and then you see the mom and that's like how it usually works in the anime too, which is cool. um oh my god, I forgot Zangoose was in this game.
Yeah,
I
Zangoose. Oh,
love
that's a cute portrait.
Yeah, Zangoose and Seviper. I like that it's the same photo from two different angles. It's not actually; they're in different locations, but uh, it's fun that the one in focus is the one on the left. I appreciate that, and then the other one is closer to the camera.
I've
It's
always
the same
liked
format.
Zangoose and Seviper.
They're very cool. I like their designs a lot. I like the fact that they're like kind of similar a little bit in like some of their design conceits. Like the markings are like just related enough to so that you can tell that they're supposed to be sort of like rivals with each other. The white and the black contrast, like Survivor's got a little bit of purple to show that it's poison type, but it's still got like the red on it and like the yellow, which it's just such a good. It's the black mamba and the mongoose. And Zangoose looks so much cooler than any real mongoose ever could. It's so fluffy and it looks just cute enough that the way that the fact that it's also like got these giant claws makes it look really cool instead of like scary or anything. It's absolutely excellent. And like the fact that its claws match up with Seviper's fangs. It's like yes, it's really good design.
It's
And
such an edgelord. I love it.
yeah, both of them are really and I love them a lot. I think Zangoose is a little bit better because it's like more offensive and Survivor's more defensive, but it's kind of more like a weird middle ground because it's still trying to be sort of defensive. But like Survivor has access to like coil and stuff, so it's like
What
it's
does
got
Coil
some.
do?
It raises your attack, defense, and accuracy.
Ah.
It's a pretty good move. Only snakes get access to it, obviously, and like snake adjacent Pokemon. I don't know how Dunsparce coils when it's a Tsuchinoko, but it's a snake technically, so it can coil. Mongooses are cute, but I think Zangoose looks like Zangoose set my standard for what a mongoose was going to look like so high before I ever saw what a mongoose actually looks like. Um, I mean, you know, I'd seen a meerkat because I'd watched Lion King a bunch, but I didn't know that meerkats were mongooses until fairly recently.
And you blew my mind with that information yesterday.
Yeah. In my Pokemon fanfic, I have a Zangoose and Seviper pair that my character catches. That it plays into the fact that they're the same egg group. uh, because like it's a joke that's been made many a time, but I was like, why don't I just go full Romeo and Juliet on it? And so I was like, okay, instead of Romeo and Juliet having a bad ending, I will be the friar, and instead of marrying them, I will take them away from their shitty situation, which is what would have actually solved Romeo and Juliet. Which I have an entire set of opinions about Romeo and Juliet that we don't need to get into. It's about the flaws of systems and not about childish stupidity. That's all I'll say.
Oh,
And
Swablu Altaria. What were you about to say?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't realize we were about to move on. I was just gonna reiterate that I really love Zangus and Viper. But yes, Altaria. Altaria is so gorgeous. It's so beautiful. It's a cloud-covered swan that is also a dragon. I love that. Like they're like the dragon type deserves to have its fair share of gorgeous, beautiful, elegant members. And I love Altaria. I love Mega Altaria. I love Lycia, who has an Altaria.
Melodic should have been Water Dragon. But then Gyarados should have been Water Dragon, so.
Yeah. I really do like Altaria. Like, it's one of the big standouts of Gen 3. Gen 3 doesn't have a ton, but Swablu and Altaria are definitely up there. They're so simple, but they're so excellent. Swablu is really hard to raise because it's kind of its stats are really not that good, but Altaria is worth it.
You're saying it's made of cotton down.
Yeah. I mean, actually, no. It's tanky. Actually,
really?
It's shockingly easy. It's shockingly able to take hits for like a bird with that looks like it does. Yeah. The whole thing about Swablu and Altaria is that they're tankier dragons. But yeah, Swablu just doesn't do damage at all. Altaria upgrades to being able to do a decent amount of damage sometimes, but mostly it just takes hits pretty well. It's fairly fast, and it's got Dragon Dance, so it's
Dragon
it's really
Dance
good.
Always shoots a Pokemon up the tier list.
It's true, although it's more of a special attacker. When it Mega Evolves, it gets Pixelate, so Hyper Voice is great.
What's Pixelate do?
It turns your normal type moves Fairy type and gives them a power boost. Hyper Voice is the main thing that most Pixelate users have.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, that's why Sylveon is so terrifying all of the time.
Wait, Sylveon gets Pixelate?
Yes, that's its hidden ability. It's the only hidden ability that an evolution has that is, like, objectively more useful than its regular ability. Because, like, Sylveon's regular ability is Cute Charm, which is not very good, and the rest of the evolutions have, like, pretty solid normal abilities, and their hidden abilities are not that much more useful. Like, the only real exceptions are that Flareon has Guts, which is probably more useful than Flash Fire, but it depends. And then Espeon has Magic Bounce, which is pretty good, but it's a lot more situational. Synchronized
What's Magic Bounce?
It bounces back status moves.
Oh, right, you did tell me about that.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Is Hyper Voice something that hits the whole field? Like Earthquake and Surf?
Yeah, it hits both opponents.
Just both opponents?
Yeah, Hyper Voice is real good.
Does Heat Wave hit your ally too?
It doesn't.
Oh, so you can't use it for Dark Sponge strategies. Damn.
No, but you can use Lava Plume. Or Eruption, I think. No, Eruption might just hit your enemies. I don't know for sure, but Lava Plume does hit everybody.
What gets those besides Camerupt and Torkoal?
Actually, Armarouge gets Lava Plume.
Huh.
That's what I've been watching Aaron Zhang. He's been putting out new VGC team videos every day using various rental teams, and the one for today was a Darkspawn team with Armarouge as the Lava Plume user. And I saw that and I was like, oh, that's how you make Darkspawn good.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I get it. Okay, that's solid. That's fun. Oh my god, it's Skiddo and Go-Go. They're very interesting designs. Like, I appreciate the idea. It's like, oh, it's a thing that you ride. It's very cool. I wish that they had done more with that in X and Y. But they're very solid designs as goats that have handles and are leafy. I appreciate them very much for what they are, even if they're not like huge standouts, and I've never really used one. But because, like, I feel like they occupy the exact same role that Sawsbuck does, down to Hornleech and everything. So it's like,
yeah, it's also just like I've never really cared about Go-Go. Nothing has been able to make me care about Go-Go to the degree that when Geeta sent out her Go-Goat, I was like, why does the Elite Four member have a Go-Goat? Why is there a Go-Goat on the champion team?
Yeah, I also was like, wait, what? She has a Go-Goat? But I felt that way about a couple of her team members. I was like, but I'm trying to remember what the other one was. There was another one that I was like, go. Yes, but I'm trying to remember what her full team is, because I mostly remember her Glamora and her King Gambit, which is cool. But
I think
I
she
don't
leads
remember.
with Lycanroc, or is that Nimona?
That's Nimona. She has an Espathra, which I like.
Yeah, she
And
leads with Espathra.
Espathra is really cool, but it's interesting because that's an overlap with a gym leader, because that's also the secondary ace of the psychic gym leader. And it's the same because she also has a Veluza, which is also which is Kofu's ace, which is interesting. Avalugg is kind of a weird choice for her team, but
yeah, is Avalugg any good at all?
So here's the
it's
thing.
an ice type.
It has really high physical defense, and I think it has like decent HP, but it's slow as hell, and it melts to a little bit of fire. Like, it melts to the smallest special attack.
One torch song.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, it's not like Go-Goat's stats are bad. It's got like good moves and everything. It's not like a bad Pokemon, and it's got like sap. What the heck does Grass Pelt do? I only knew about Sap Sibber. What is Grass Pelt? Oh, it buffs your defense by 50 when grassy terrain's active. That's actually not bad.
Huh. Wait, Terrain was in Gen 6?
Yeah, that was when it was introduced. Psychic Terrain was introduced in Gen 7 when they introduced the Tapus with their surge abilities. You had to manually set up Terrain in Gen 6. Like how in Gen 2 they introduced weather, but you had to manually set it up, and then in Gen 3 they were like, here, we're gonna have weather setters. And then like originally it was just the Tapus that set up the terrains, but then they like had it as like a bonus effect, had like maybe a hidden ability, I think, on a couple of Pokemon in Gen 7, but then in Gen 8 they gave a lot of different Pokemon Psychic and Electric Surge, like Pincurchin has Electric Surge, and Indeedee has Psychic Surge. I don't remember if which Pokemon have Grassy Surge and Misty Surge, but Skiddo is very, very cute.
I think the final evolution of the Grass Starter in Gen 8 gets Grassy Surge as its hidden ability.
That's right. It does have Grassy Surge. The whole line has Grassy Surge. I just remembered I just remembered that it used Grassy Glide, but I had forgotten that it actually sets up the terrain. Rillaboom is wild.
Rillaboom, that's the name of it.
Yeah.
I saw that a lot in the competitive that I watched of Gen 8.
Yeah, Grassy Glide on terrain is like an 80 power Aqua Jet, I think. It's like real good. I gotta look it up. Yeah, like regular, like most of the time, I think its power goes up. I don't remember, but it does become a priority move. Okay, so it was 70. It's 70 power, and it stays 70 power, but it becomes a priority move on terrain. But they nerfed it to 60 power in this game because they recognized maybe this is a little too dominant.
You know what I dislike about the Skiddo line? I think Skiddo is adorable. I don't really like Go-Goat, but I think Skiddo is adorable. The thing I really don't like about this line is the shiny.
What does the shiny look like?
Its leaves get blue.
Ooh,
the rest of it's... I dislike it from a flavor standpoint because its leaves are green. Its whole deal is that it's a plant. I think its coat should change color, and it should keep the green leaves, which are the most iconic part of its design.
I just looked up shiny Skiddo, and it entirely changes color. It turns cream, and its leaves are a lighter green.
Maybe I'm thinking of Go-Goat.
Let me look at Go-Goat. Yeah, no, it entirely changes. Like the light brown parts turn white. The dark brown parts turn like really dark brown. Its horns turn like gold brown, as just like its eyeshadow and nose, and then its leaves get a little bit lighter.
Weird. What am I thinking of then? I have no idea.
It's actually a really cool shiny. I actually kind of really want to try hunting it now. It's like really cool. It's like this cool white goat. I actually really dig it. Okay, Tauros! Tauros got 3 new forms. It got
Yeah,
3 new forms.
I
had not seen the water or fire ones at all until like one of the trainers used them against me, and I was like, what? Actually, I think I saw them on Bulbapedia, and I was like, wait, there's 3 forms? That's so cool.
I initially didn't like Regional Tauros because it was just a black Tauros. But then the water and fire forms I ran into, and I was like, what the hell? This is so cool.
I love that their tails are different. Like, that's so cool. Like, they've got the tails all coiled up, and like the fire one has it look like flames that are like billowing, and then like on the water one it looks like a propeller. And the fact that they have like, there's now 4 Tauros, and they have like a Revelation Dance like move that changes based on its form to what type you are, and it's Brick Break, but like cooler. That's awesome. I really like these new Tauros. I don't know which of these would be the best. I feel like the water one is probably the best type wise.
I like that its horns are water buffalo horns.
Oh, that they are. That's actually really cool. I thought they were just supposed to look like water balls. Or like, but yeah, they are like water buffalo horns. I think that the simplicity of the regular Paldean Tauros is actually pretty good. Like the fact that the horns are like shorter, but like more impact. Like they're like better at like bludgeoning instead of cutting. It's like it makes sense. Like that's kind of, I think they might do something similar to bulls. For bullfighting, which is a terrible thing. I do not like bullfighting, but it's an interesting way to it's an interesting way to include bullfighting, which is such an important part of Spanish culture, even if it's kind of awful. To have a fighting type Tauros, and then it has multiple different kinds to represent like different ways of doing that. I think it works really well.
Definitely. I think if it were just the black Tauros, I think it would be bad. I think it's not different enough from regular Tauros. It's just a Tauros with shorter horns and black fur. But
I did think that it was a dark type when I first saw it. I was like, "Ooh, dark type Tauros."
That too.
It works fine as a fighting type color.
But because of the fire and water forms, I think it's a cool decision, because you have this base form, and you can encounter the fire and water forms in the wild as leaders of their herds.
Yeah, really rarely. I haven't seen one in the wild yet. I only have a fire one because I got it from a raid.
I haven't seen any of them in game, or no, I have. I ran into them in trainers had them. That's why I have them in my Pokedex.
The gym teacher has a fire one and a water one, which is cool. They're nice coverage for a fighting type trainer. I do really like the decision. I would have been fine with just the regular one, because I'm a simple bitch with simple needs. I really like Tauros. It's a cool Pokemon, and also they're really good grinding early in the game. They give so much experience, and you can just send out you can just go, let's go, and as long as it's like something that is super effective against fighting, kaboom bam, you got so much experience.
Teddy's making his way through Area 0. I'm excited to hear your thoughts about the plot you're going through, Teddy, as you go through it, because it's
very fun that we get to see this on stream. Yeah.
It's my favorite ending to a Pokemon game ever, and probably one of my favorite RPG endings ever.
It's very solid. Again, it's gonna take a long time to figure out where it stands for me, because I love the story of Alola so goddamn much. Both versions have like aspects that are good too, which is weird because Usum kind of like removes a lot of the stuff that's really good about the original Sun and Moon, but then it adds a bunch of character stuff for the other characters, and it's like, so like if I try to combine them into the best possible version of the Alola narrative, I think that Alola is my favorite, but that's like a whole thing. Okay, so next up we got Litleo and Pyroar, which are interesting. I'm not totally sure why they're in this game, but
Yeah, it's a weird choice. I like them, but they're honestly one of my least favorite fire types.
They are a little bit like they're very simple. It's like, oh, it's a lion and there's a female and a male form of the evolution and the male form is rare because lion. That's how lion friends work, and I appreciate that. That's a cool idea. The fiery mane. It's a very simple idea. They very much were like, okay, we're gonna have a lion with a fire mane, and we're gonna go from there. And I like that it's got fire in kanji on its mane. I think that's really cool.
Wait, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
It's very cool.
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Teddy, you're getting the right idea.
Don't tell him anything.
Sorry. I'm glad that you're thinking about it. Let's go with that. Sorry. Okay, Stunky is next.
Yeah, Stunky and Skuntank. I find them annoying to fight. I find them very annoying to fight, and so I don't like fighting them.
Yeah, they've got aftermath and everything. It's a very annoying type to deal with, but they play Skuntank is one of the like arc villains or like the semi-main villains of the second Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. So I have he's stuck in my memory for that reason. It's like he's very much a obviously like Jupiter's boss fight also has a Skuntank, but the boss
fighting them stinks. Come on.
It's very funny. It does though. Like it literally does though. Venom's not even wrong. It's a solid design for a skunk Pokemon. They look really cool. I like the weird pompadour thing on Skuntank. I think it works really well.
I will say, skunks are the most terrifying animal I've ever encountered.
Really?
Yes. When I was doing my paper route when I was a teenager, at 5 a.m. I would run into skunks and I would turn and I would run in the opposite direction. Because if they spray you, you're ruined for a while.
Yeah, I know that it lasts, but like
it lasts and it ruins your clothes.
Yeah, I haven't ever actually encountered one. I have seen them. They are cute.
They're very cute, but you don't want to run into one in the dark.
Yeah, I think Stunky is cute enough. I think Stunky's pretty cute. Like it's not as cute as a real skunk, but I think it's pretty cute. Skuntank is much more of an evil gremlin, but I don't even hate it. I think it looks fairly cool. It's not like it's ugly in my opinion. It's got a little bit of a butt face, but like not in an obtrusive way. And then we got Zoroark!
Hell yes, I love Zoro and Zoroark for different reasons. The
forms are going to be so much fun. Like, Zoro is so goddamn cute. It is such a marketable fucking design. It is tiny. It's got stubby little legs. It's got big old poofy head and tail. It's got like a fur collar.
It's so cute!
This thing is a stuffed animal, and I love it so much. It is a tiny little gremlin that was made to be turned into toys, and I adore it for that. It looks so perfect. I want 1,000,000 of them. And then Zoroark is an excellent evolution of that premise. It's very clearly trying to recapture Lucario, but I don't even care because, like, first of all, its mouth actually looks right for the most part.
I like its ability. I think its ability is one of the most unique and clever things Pokemon has ever done. Illusion
is definitely interesting. In terms of competitive viability, it's not really that good, but it is like very interesting from a lore perspective, and it can be very fun to use in single player to like mess with the AI.
Rayfort's Zoroark got me.
Yeah, she leads with like a psychic type, and you're expecting to be able to use a dark type. But the thing is,
she leads with a Zoroark that's disguised as a Gengar.
That's right, but the thing is, it always leads with Night Days, and only Zoroark can learn Night Days. So it's like, oh.
Well, that doesn't
okay.
matter if your first move is a ghost type or dark type move. You're still going to be not very effective against Zoroark, which
It's
is
true.
it only needs the one turn to fool you.
It's true. That's true. Because I mean, as soon as you damage it, it drops the illusion anyway. So I guess that's fair. I do appreciate it. I use it. You get a free one in Black and White too, and I use it every time. I can't not. I mean, I like N so much as a character, and because I like N so much as a character, and he's associated with Zoroark, I like Zoroark for that reason as well. It is a very successful attempt to recreate Lucario and go in a completely different direction, like in a much edgier but like kind of cool direction because of the way that it's associated with N, and like N's a very like wholesome individual. So like you have this really edgy character, like this edgy design with the Zoroark, but it's so like genuinely like it's associated with such a genuine character, and you're just like, oh, so like it's
It says
Gap
things
Moe.
about him.
Yeah, it's Gap Moe. Like he's definitely got like this edge to him. Like he is kind of like a like he's like supposed to be 22 or 23, but like he's kind of like a he wasn't really allowed to like fully grow up because
He's
of the way
stunted,
that
yeah.
and so it works that he's like kind of stuck in his edgy teen phase in some ways, and like he's having an existential crisis. N's great. I love N. We could go on about N for literal hours if
I've got to replay Black and White. It was such a good story.
It was, and Black and White 2, I think
Black and White 2 are my second favorite Pokemon games.
a lot of people will praise the gameplay elements of Black and White 2 and then say that the story wasn't as good as Black and White 1. And I think I actually like the story of Black and White 2 better than the story of Black and White 1.
I can't really comment because I don't remember the story of Gen 5 all that well. I just remember liking it a lot.
But to be fair, I think that part of the reason that the Black and White 2 works so well is because they are good sequels.
Yes.
They follow up on all of the things that you would want to follow up on. They add intrigue where there wasn't before. But also, I just love Colress. He's such a good character. Colress is so cool. And the main part, like I could go like if you start me on on Black and White 2, I will not stop. So I'm just not gonna. I'm not like I have so many thoughts.
We do have to get through the Pokedex.
It's already 3:00 and we're just hit at 2:30. Like, okay, it's Sneasel and Weavile.
Hang on. We don't have to rush. We shouldn't rush because a lot of the fun for us and the viewers is us bantering back and forth and going into detail about what we like about Pokemon.
Okay,
we're going to have to
true.
do this in parts. Like,
That's
we're
true.
not going to finish today, and that's fine.
Okay, it's just that I know that I could literally talk for an hour about Black and White 2 and how much it means.
Oh, we should definitely skip that.
Yeah. So, like, I just really do have a lot of strong feelings about it, especially because so many people didn't like it and didn't play it for so long that I got defensive about it a lot. So like, my
favorite content creator hates Black and White. He hates it, and I have no idea why. Well, I do know why. He's not a big story and games guy. Like,
a lot of my like highly a lot of the content creators that I really like don't like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. They think that they're cheap and bad and lazy, and I'm like, what game are you playing? It's like, oh, they give you a free legendary halfway through the game, and so they're too easy. And I'm like, no, that's called really engaging story beats. And
also you can choose to not use it.
And also, I want to have a cool dragon. Shut up. And like they're like, oh, look at these awful textures. And I'm like, this is the first time they've done 3D in the main series. Like, it's the second time they've done 3D. Like, it's not like X and Y. They think they'll say that like X and Y looks better, and they'll say like that like they stuck too far to the grid in ORAS, even though like the whole thing with ORAS that's really cool is that like you don't need the roller skates to run around off the grid, which I find really interesting. And like they'll say that, oh, they should have expanded the amount of Pokemon in the grass, and I'm like, but like it for me, the fact is that there's a lot of contrast with the way that ORAS opens up after like when you get to the main story beats. And I think that Hoenn's Pokedex is also like pretty solid, even if like the fact that you have to travel so many water routes and the only thing you run into are Pelipper and Tentacool is a little weird.
Yeah, like on land, the Hoenn Pokedex, we've already talked about it. There aren't really any duds. There aren't really any standouts, but there aren't really any duds.
Most of them are pretty good, yeah. And it's weird that there is so much water, and there are so many water Pokemon, but they stuck a lot of them in freshwater and didn't leave a lot for the saltwater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Venom says Sneasel and downgraded Sneasel, and I have to agree. Weavile is one of the Weavile is one of the Gen 4 added evolutions, and I don't like it.
I have no idea how you can think that Weavile is not badass.
Like, I think it's there's something about it. I think it's the head frill. I think I hate the head frill. The coolest
part. It's like it takes the idea of Sneasel, of Sneasel's like the feathers on Sneasel, and it's like, okay, let's give it a full Egyptian headdress and really like go into like the mystical knight thing, and it's got like a cool like it's got like a neck frill too, and like I think it's just Sneasel upgraded. I think it's just like it's the perfect upgrade to Sneasel. There is like a character with 2 Weaviles that plays a major role in the Lucario movie, and seeing them be cool is like, oh, okay, this is really cool. Like it's just Sneasel plus for me, and I think that Weavile works really well in that regard. To be fair, though, I also really like Sneasler, even though Sneasler is just a human in a suit. I just think it's funny.
It's just a taller Sneasel.
I think that it's funny, though. Like, they definitely took it in a different direction.
When I say that, I'm actually defending Sneasler from the people that hate Sneasler for being humanoid. So is Sneasel. Sneasel is people-shaped. Also, Teddy has encountered his first Screamtail.
Ah. Hoenn Landex is straight B's across the board. Yeah, that's accurate. I think the Sneasler works because it does go in such a different direction from Weavile. So I feel like if you don't like Weavile or Sneasler, I'm just like, how do you like Sneasel? Like, both of them take like what is cool about Sneasel and accentuates all of them in just a little bit in like just the right ways for me. I think
Sneasel is cuter. I think Sneasel is cute. Also, when I played Gen 2 back when it first came out, running into Sneasel at the bottom of Mount Silver was really cool for some reason. Like,
Weavile just makes Sneasel look naked. It's like, where's the rest of your feathers, my guy? Like, Sneasel just looks like... Sneasel looks very much like a base form to me, and I think Weavile is exactly what I would want if it evolved. It just gets, a little bit bigger, a little bit, like, more detailed and darker and, like, very much edgier. So it's like...
I will say, of the Gen 4 evolutions that I dislike Weavile the least.
Yeah, I think that Weavile works really well. And I like that like now it has the 2 ears, and it's like it looks very fancy and regal, and I like it a lot. Like, it looks like, I don't know, I just really dig it. Now we got Murkrow and Honchkrow.
I love Murkrow. Another Gen 2 Pokemon that I loved. And Honchkrow is fine. I see where they're going. Honchkrow is a natural evolution of Murkrow, and they nailed that. I just don't think Murkrow needed an evolution. It was so cute. It's bad. Murkrow is bad, except with current Haze Prankster strats or whatever. But
yeah, it's really interesting. Like, Murkrow's stats have never actually been that bad. Like, its attack is really solid. It's fairly fast. I like Murkrow a lot. I played Diamond, so I had it in Eterna Forest instead of Misdreavus. I think I would have preferred Misdreavus, so I was always bitter about it, but I have used Murkrow a few times, and it's pretty solid. Honestly, it's kind of interesting because Murkrow is very much like a witch. It's got like a witch hat and a witch broom for a tail, and then they decided, no, let's make it a mob boss to go into like because like, which I get, the mob boss, because like that's how crows work. That's how crows operate. It's excellent, and like turning the hat into like a cool fedora, it does work, and I think Honchkrow is really cool, and I like it a lot. Like, the big puffed collar is phenomenal. And
Yeah.
but it is kind of a swerve when you look at just Murkrow, and you're like, okay, this is like a witch, but and then it goes like, nah, we're the mafia now. And I think its name is great too, the head honch crow.
Yeah, it's great name. Like, yeah, I like it. Witch Mafia, yeah.
That is pretty
Venom says
fun.
Honchcrow is incredibly sufficient, and I think I have to agree.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think it
Uh,
looks really cool. Paul, the rival from the Sinnoh anime, has a fairly prominent haunch crow that he uses, and it's just like you can see the deviousness and like in it, and it's very cool when it shows up.
I just
Um,
really like Murkrow a lot.
yeah, I mean it's a very solid design. It's very like gangly and crow-like. It's like it's got the crow appeal down extremely well. It's like it's like it's just cute, like it's just a little bit cute and just a little bit gangly and weird looking, and it's like it's very solid. I do like Murkrow a lot. Okay, now we've got Gothita, the Gothorita and Gothitelle line.
Which
This
I would never have pegged as useful competitively. It always just fell under it went under my radar in my casual playthroughs. But
Trick Room
apparently,
is
it's
good, and it has Shadow Tag. It's mostly just
Shadow
Shadow
Tag
Tag.
is Arena Trap, right?
Yeah, but for everything. Arena Trap doesn't work on flying Pokemon, but Shadow Tag works on everything except Ghost types. So it's really hard to get around, and it can make it so that that you're stuck in a bad situation, and it can set up Trick Room. It's really slow, so it's really good in Trick Room. I think its design is like Gothita looks real weird in my opinion, but like Gothorita and Gothitelle look pretty solid, and I get the design idea. You know, some people are like, that's just a human being, and I'm just like, it's like a weird goth fairy entity. I think it works fine.
It should be Fairy type.
I think so, but they were making so many other ghost fairies already. I figured they,
You mean Psychic Fairies?
yeah, that's what I meant. I could see it being like a ghost or a dark type as well, like, but like it works fine as a psychic type, and it fits with Caitlyn super well in the Elite Four. I know it's not technically her ace. I think her ace is a Musharna, but it fits her vibes so well, and
Yeah.
I think that them introducing that is really cool.
What's more goth than being dead?
Yeah. Um. So we got Sinistea next. Sinistea
I
and Poltegeist are funny as hell. I love them.
they're an interesting concept, and I like that they exist. Is there any visual difference between the chipped and counterfeit versions of
Yes,
Sinistea?
there is a tiny seal at the on the under rim of the Sinistea and of the Poltegeist that is a seal of quality. And you can only see it if you Dynamax, so they got rid of Dynamax, and it's basically impossible to see now. You just have to trust what the Pokedex tells you. That's the only difference. It's literally the only thing. I do appreciate the idea of like, you know, real and fake like China, because like it's like an important thing for like the trade, and Britain stole a lot of shit, including tea in China. Like the fact that they're so associated with Britain is an example of Britain stealing shit, which is like, that's pretty solid. I like that Poltegeist forms its own little handle with its like freaking pinky. That's so cute.
I just noticed that. I never saw a Sinistea up close enough to notice that, but it
It's got its
reaching out through the
pinky
side
stuck
of the
up,
cup and making a handle with its arm is so cute.
and it has its pinky stuck up because it's fancy, and that's really
Yeah.
cute. That's
Yeah.
and Poltegeist is such a good fucking name. Uh, I love its fucking Pokedex entry. It's like, the tea that composes Poltegeist's body has a distinct and enjoyable flavor. Drinking too much, however, can be fatal. So it's basically alcohol, but like cursed instead of poison.
Why would you drink a Pokemon?
Wait, it's visible in the Dex picture? What? Oh, the Venom was talking about the the pinky, the handle. Oh no! Look, the
on the other Sinistea, yeah.
That there's a seal. Oh my god, that's amazing. I never noticed that. That's wild.
There really should be more of a difference than that.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the whole goal. Like, that's how you can tell a fake from something else. Like, that's the only real difference. But you know, it's a fun idea, even if it's a little weird and dumb. Oh, we got Mimikyu next.
Yes, Mimikyu is
great.
my favorite Gen 7 Pokemon.
They had to nerf Disguise because Mimikyu's real good, you guys. It's real good. Having a free substitute and being able to take one hit so that you can set up, like, if you've got Mold Breaker, you can get around it, which is nice, but it doesn't have that many weaknesses. It's like only weak to Ghost and Steel, I think.
Yeah.
And Poison.
No, Ghost resists poison.
Because Ghost resists poison, yeah. And it's not weak to Dark because Fairy resists Dark, so it's like it's just Steel and Ghost. So it's a difficult little bugger to deal with, but there hasn't been a whole lot of seeing it around because Golden Go kind of fills its role in a lot of ways. Like, it hits really hard and it has a way to make itself safe from certain moves. And like Golden Go has like a really powerful spread move that is its signature move. It's like a spread version of Leaf Storm, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's that Make It Rain move, right?
Yeah, which is the fact that they named it that is absolutely phenomenal. It's very stupid. I like it very much. Mimikyu's great. Everybody knows Mimikyu. Everybody loves Mimikyu.
I love Mimikyu.
The fact that it can float because it's a ghost is kind of interesting because, like, you're not supposed to look at the bottom of it, but, like, if it floats over you, what do you do in that scenario? Like, what if you look up? I mean, I guess then, like, that would be, like, somebody...
Be like looking into Black Mage's face in 8-Bit Theater.
Yeah, or, like, if somebody was, like, wearing a skirt and floated over you, and somebody and then you looked up, like, that's your bad, my guy. Who's looking up at the sky anyway? Okay, so, like, there's not a lot to say about Mimikyu that hasn't already been said, you know?
It's a Mimikyu.
I know, it's a perfect little Pokemon, and it deserves the love that it gets.
One of my favorite things about Mimikyu is that they spent 15, almost 20 years trying to recapture the magic of Pikachu. And everybody just kind of ignored the Pika clones. Like, they were there, and they were kind of cute, but nobody really cared about them. And they were just, they were shitty Pikachu knockoffs. And then a Pokemon comes along whose entire gimmick is that it's a shitty Pikachu knockoff, and everybody loves it.
Or that it wants to hunt Pikachu. That's a take I've seen. But I think the actual thing is that it
wants to be loved, and it sees how loved Pikachu is, and so because, it makes it.
The alternate interpretation comes from the fact that that Team Rockets has a Mimikyu in Alola, and it is a vengeful motherfucker. It doesn't want to be Pikachu. It wants to kill Pikachu. And it is a vengeful little thing. But there's another Mimikyu that proves that not all Mimikyu are like that. It's just that Team Rocket got the really angry one, which I appreciate.
I am of the opinion. I agree with the fan consensus that there should be other Mimikyu forms. There should be Mimikyu that have, like, Clefairy doll disguises, or...
I could see a Clefairy one, or an Eevee one.
Yeah, definitely Eevee.
Makes sense.
I don't know what all they would do beyond Pikachu, Clefairy, and Eevee, but there's definitely some they could do.
Yeah, Alana is saying that Team Rocket always gets weirdo Pokemon, and they do. All of the, like, they've got their Wobbuffet and all of James.
Do they still have the Wobbuffet?
Yes.
They've had that Wobbuffet for, like, 15 years.
Yes, they have.
Nice.
Honestly, like, if Wobbuffet was not, like, categorically impossible to play an entire game with, I would say that they would do Let's Go Wobbuffet for Gen 2. because Wobbuffet is very much a mascot of Johto, and but it's categorically impossible to play the game with, like even more so than Togepi. Like Togepi also doesn't get very many attacking moves, to be clear. But yeah. Okay, Klefki is next, and I like Klefki. It's a weird little dude, and I appreciate it. As a Kingdom Hearts fan, obviously I have to enjoy key imagery. The fact that it's a fairy is kind of cool. Steel Fairy is arguably the best type combo in the game, and it gets a lot of weird tricks. But it doesn't see a lot of play.
I will give Klefki that it is my 4th favorite Steel Fairy in the game.
Okay, bud. Okay. You like Mawile better than Klefki?
Oh, I forgot Mawile got the fairy type. It's my 5th favorite fairy type Steel Fairy in the game. Then.
Wait. So there's Tinkaton and Zacian, and then
6th favorite Steel Fairy type.
What are the other? Oh, you're counting all of the
all the Tinks.
Okay, I was thinking of just evolution lines. Anyway, I think Klefki is fun. It's a cute little dude, and I don't know, like it's actually based on like a lot of like real fairy mythology, and I think that's really cool. And I appreciate, because it's also based on like the famous bridge in France where you like where people like lock locks, and it's got a lot of interesting stuff.
Oh, is that a thing? I'm not aware
I think
of
it's in France. Yeah, it's like a love bridge where you confess your love and then you lock a lock to like represent your faith in each other or something. But I think I really do think so. There's a lot of stuff that goes into Klefki. It's seen occasional play like in regional dex formats because it has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. It has a lot of tools on its tool belt, if you will. But its stats aren't super great. It's kind of like not super great at anything, like how Tink and Zacian and Mawile are all very offensively viable. Klefki is very much more defensive, and it's not like overwhelmingly defensive, but it does have some interesting tricks, and it has Prankster, so it's a good thing. But it kind of especially with Grimmsnarl basically does all of the same tricks that it does. I don't really remember what Crafty Shield does. I think it protects you from status moves, which is kind of good. But I think Klefki's fine. Oh, Indeedee! Oh, yes, Indeedee's in this game.
I like that there's 2 forms of Indeedee. I struggle to care about Indeedee. I like everything about Indeedee separately, but adding Indeedee all together, I just don't care about it.
It's kind of rough for me because like they look like Audino, and I like Audino so goddamn much.
Yeah, it's a knockoff Audino.
And Indeedee has been in more games now than has been in like as many games as Audino has been. Audino's only been in 2 games. Like it was in Gen 5 and Gen 6, and it wasn't in any other games. And if Indeedee is in the next game as well, because it's like objectively better because it has Psychic Surge as an ability, and I'm gonna be so angry because I like Audino more. But like Indeedee is like objectively a good Pokemon. Its Japanese name is Yessa. It's because it's a maid and a butler. It's so they go Yessa.
Oh, I never put that together. I just thought it was a weird psychic dude. I didn't realize it was a maid and a butler.
Yeah, they have different moves. They're actually more like Meowstic than like Audino. Like they look like Audino, but they're actually.
Now there's a Pokemon I wish showed up more. I love Meowstic.
Is, right. It's interesting. Like it's basically Meowstic and Audino combined together, and unfortunately, objectively better than either of them.
Oh.
Like, I think only the female one has, or it might, like, only one of the forms has Psychic Surge, and I don't remember what the other one has. Okay, no, Psychic Surge is their hidden ability, so they both have it. The male one has Inner Focus, and the female one has Own Tempo, and then they both have Synchronize.
Synchronize copies status inflicted on you to the opponent Pokemon, right?
Yep. So as usual with Pokemon, the male one is a little bit more offensive, and the female one is a little bit more defensive. It's the same thing with
Tauros and Miltank,
and also the Nidorans. Meowstic actually being one of the rare instances of that trend being bucked, where the male is the supportive one and the female is the offensive one.
I didn't know that Meowstic had different movesets based on its.
Yeah, it has different abilities too. Just like the
I
male
guess
one
I
has...
was lucky I had a female Esper in Gen 6.
Yeah, I mean, like, the male one looks better in my opinion. It's like a little bit fluffier, and I think, like, objectively, because it has Prankster, it's like probably better because support stuff is pretty important. But like for a regular playthrough, you usually want a female. But yeah, it's like the female one learns like Charge Beam by level up, and the male one learns like Thunder Wave by level up. The same thing. It's there, but like I like Indeedee fine. I do just kind of wish that it wasn't a better version of two Pokemon that I like more.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a good design, and I like the vibe. It's effective for sure.
At least Esper showed up in New Snap.
Yeah, and that was really cool. It was super cute. God, I love it. Okay, so Bramblin and Bramblegast.
Here's a weird one.
I love them. The fact that they're ghost types, I named mine Infestation because here's the thing. You can't kill tumbleweeds. They are a menace. They are an invasive species in the Great Plains of America, and they are impossible to get rid of because they multiply so fast and they roll around spreading their seeds everywhere, and like if you catch them on fire, they can explode and spread their seeds everywhere over the fire line. Yes, they are amazingly terrifying to deal with. They can pile up and pile up and pile up, and it's so crazy. And so the fact that it's a grass ghost is wonderful, and the fact that it gets powered up when it gets hit by a wind attack, it's amazing.
It has a really cool ability, and it's one of the new evolution methods where you have to walk around with it.
Yep, it's really fun. I
like that its seeds are its eyes.
Yes,
That's
and
really
they're floating
cool.
because it's a ghost. It's like, mwah, mwah, mwah. It's so simple and so effective. It's like, yes, this is just a ghosty tumbleweed, and then it evolves and it gets a face, and I think that's great. That's perfect.
I actually like the faceless version better, but
I think I do. The faceless one is cuter and more like spooky, but like I like how the one with the face looks. I think it's a good way to deal with it. It looks like a jack-o'-lantern, but a tumbleweed, and I think that's cool. And its eyes still like float around, so they still like the fact that they float around so that they stay stationary while it rolls. That's so good. It's so good.
It's such a great design. I wish it were good.
I don't know how good it is. I haven't looked.
It's not even good on a casual playthrough. It left my team fast.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that mostly it's just fast and doesn't really do a lot of damage, but I'd have to look at it some.
I replaced it with
Sprigatito
as soon as I got one.
Yeah, I learned about tumbleweeds from CGP Grey, but I did know about the fact that they were invasive before I watched his video. But
aren't they from the American Southwest Desert?
Nope.
Where are they from?
They're from Eastern Europe.
How the hell did they get to America then?
Who is
importing tumbleweeds?
No. Well, first of all, there are some other brambles that are like that are attractive for decorative purposes, but also like the seeds are tiny and they can get into your food. And the into your food supplies, and like they'll just hang around in the boxes, and then as soon as they find a place that's windy and dry enough, hello, I am now going to make 100 of myself. I think Bramblin is a very good name, Alana. I do think that Bramblin is a great name, and Bramblegast is also really good as well. I really do like both of these a lot. They're very silly and simple, and I think that they really work.
It's another case of Gen 9 knocking it out of the park with Mon design. There are very few bad Mon designs in Gen 9. There are so few that the bad ones stand out really hard.
Yeah, I think that's true. Okay, Toad School is next. Turning a jellyfish into a mushroom, hilarious. the fact that it's like the mycelium found around the tree roots, so that it like the mycelium.
That's a cool way to find it. Yeah, like I really like that. What I like the most about it though is it running.
Yeah.
The first time I saw a running Toadstool, I
Oh, yeah.
laughed my ass off.
Oh yeah. I wanted to see what Toadstool was gonna look like. And when I evolved it, I was like, that face is not for me. I'm gonna put you away, big guy. I probably should have kept it around because I wound up with like no ground types on my team, which was really irritating.
Claude Sire, acquire the Sire.
I had a Clodsire, but they don't hit very hard. They really don't hit that
It
hard.
learns Earthquake.
Yeah, but its attack is very low. Like it's not. It's more of a bulky boy, but I do appreciate the fact that like it's also tasty to eat, which is funny. Like, it's a very good idea, and the seeing it all walk around and like have the tentacles be like the fungus fibers, and ground and grass is a really good type for a mushroom to be, which I appreciate. Like most mushrooms are like poison type or grass type, and you know obviously fungi aren't plants, but there's not really a fungi type. Arguably poison is the closest, but not really.
Arguably either poison or fairy would fit.
Fairy would work actually. That's an interesting thought, because mushroom fairy circles. That's actually kind of cool. Toadstool and Toadstool do kind of look like Mario enemies in a good way. I that's actually a really good observation. I find them very funny, and I'm glad that they exist, even if they're also a pain in the ass. Did you know Toadstool gets Trick Room?
Really?
It can learn Trick Room.
You wouldn't
I
think
have no idea
that
why.
could learn Trick Room.
I mean, like, it looks like an alien, and aliens have psychic powers. I don't know if regular Tentacruel can learn it, but like it does look like it would have some weirdo abilities. So like, it makes enough sense. But it's the fact that it can set up Trick Room is actually what might push it above among us in usage.
Oh yeah, there are actually 6. You can field a full team of mushroom Pokemon with Toadstool.
Okay, so there's Paris, there's Breloom.
There's Parasect, Shiinotic, Breloom, Toadstool, Amoonguss, and...
I feel like there's only the 5. Hold on.
No, there was a list of 5 that didn't include Toadstool that I...
Okay, let me just look up the Pokemon that can learn Spore, which is all the mushrooms. And... Nope. It's Paris and Parasect, Shroomish and Breloom, Fungus and Amoonguss, Morlul and Shiinotic, Brute Bonnet, but that's just Amoonguss, and then Toadstool and Toadstool.
I swear I posted an image of that in Pokemon chat, but oh well, whatever.
Technically, there are 6 if you count Brute Bonnet, but like, it's basically an Amoonguss. But I do appreciate new mushrooms, even though I don't like eating mushrooms. And honestly, I have a mild phobia of fungi in terms of like how fucking weird they are as organisms. Decay exists as an extant form of life.
Tell me the true name of God, you fungal piece of shit.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on to Tropius, whom I love with all of my heart.
Dole.
I love Tropius. Like we've said that Gen 3 is mostly solid across the board with just a few standouts. Tropius is a standout.
Tropius is a standout. I love Tropius.
It's not good, and that sucks. That's so
awful. It's
like,
so bad.
I've used it. It's not unworkable, and its type is kind of interesting, but it's such a good design, and I want to fly around on one. Real bad.
The guy I mentioned earlier, my favorite content creator, he loves Tropius. So as soon as he saw a Tropius in this game, he caught it and added it to his team.
I would have added it to my team, but I chose Sprigatito. And I was like, and I had so many flying types already. I was like, I can't use you. No, I will use you next time, I promise. Because I really do love it. I really do. I really do love it. It's like because you're wandering through the tropical areas of Hoenn. You've just gotten. You're like going to the next area before you get your sixth gym badge, and you're just wandering through, and you run into some Linoon and like a Kecleon maybe if you're lucky, and then you see this giant fucking dinosaur with leaf wings, and you're like, and if you're me, you're like 7 years old, and you're like already you're like deep in your dinosaur phase, and you're just like. And it's good shit, fam. It's good shit. It's just a bananasaur, but I love it with all of my heart. My cat
so
heard me
good.
gasp, and she came to check on me. Hi, baby.
Hi, kitty.
Hi, my love. I'm doing okay. It was acting, baby girl. Oh, that's right. Fomantis and Lorantis are in this game.
I love this line. I love this line.
It's very solid. I really do like it. There's a lot of other good grass types in Alola, so I haven't ever used it because it evolves super late. But
yeah, I have a thing for physical grass types.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I really like most of my favorite grass types are physical, like Leafeon,
Meowscarada, Lurantis.
Yeah, and for me, Serena. I really like Serena, and she's physical. Yeah, there's others that I can't think of off the top of my head right now. But yeah, Torterra kind of counts, but he's not really the vibe. I like the fast ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Chestnut, and Chestnut is a physical grass type. But yeah, Lurantis is really slow, which it doesn't look like it would be, but it's such a fun idea. It's an orchid mantis, but it's an orchid mimicking a mantis. It's so good.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Instead of a mantis imitating an orchid, it's an orchid imitating a mantis. It masquerades as a bug-type Pokemon and lowers the guard of actual bug Pokemon, and then eats them. That's so good. It's so excellent.
God, I love this design.
It's a really solid design. I love the fucking clown pants. It's so it makes clown pants look so good. I mean, I like pinstripe pants anyway. And it's got like the petal wings on its back, and the little dress is very cute. It's a very solid design.
Yeah. And Fomantis is both adorable and a great pun.
It is. It's very fun. So then we got Cloth.
Yay, Cloth! This is Cloth a standout from this gen.
Cloth is fine. I like it fine, but I kind of wish that it had like a pre-evo or an evolution. It just kind of exists.
It should have had an evolution, but I think it's pretty cute and also pretty funny looking.
Yeah, I think it definitely works as a crab. It's a very good crab design, and I like that it's a rock crab.
It's my favorite crab.
Yet. It's a very solid crab, and I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a fun to have it be your like first Titan. It works really well. I just don't have a lot to say about it.
I do think it should be grass type. I do think it should be grass rock because it looks like it's grass rock.
Really? I feel like it's more like a dark type, dark rock.
The green spiky stuff on its body looks like leaves and grassy protrusions.
I just see it as like as brown. It looks brown to me.
That's definitely green.
No, it's like maybe a little bit green, but it's mostly like grayish brown. It's like supposed to be dirt.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh, Teddy's made it to AI Sada.
Oh
shit. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Oh yes. The music kicks ass. Okay, so here we got Capsakid. And this is a weird Pokemon.
This was my first shiny from this gen.
Yeah, I remember. It's just a fucking goblin. It's like vaguely bird-shaped goblin, and it doesn't turn into a bird.
I thought it turned into Squawkabilly. Like, when I saw Squawkabilly in the opening, and I thought this was a bird that turned into Squawkabilly.
Yeah, I could see that being a thing. It's like, I get, like, they had to put in more peppers because just the starter wasn't enough. And like, it works. It's very much a peppery Pokemon, and I I can vibe with like the head thing, the way that it is. I think it works really well. The fact that it evolves with a Firestone, I never would have figured out if I was a kid playing this game, but that's fine. And then it turns into a goddamn piranha plant, basically.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It's weird.
I think I like the design. I
definitely don't hate it. I like that its teeth are its seeds. I like that it has one angry head and one happy one, and like the angry one is the spicy one. I think that's funny and cute. I think that it's definitely like it's like an ugly, cute goblin man, and I appreciate that.
I have no idea how I spotted the shiny Capsakid, because it was nighttime when I spotted it. I have no idea how I spotted it, because Capsakid is so fucking small. I hate it. You can't see shit about Capsakid or Fungus.
I mean, like, to be clear, it's a pretty different shiny, and also the way that lighting effects work. Honestly, the slight differences in like color, like you can tell. Like I was able to tell like really fast that something was off about the shiny Staraptor, even though it's just like a light brown instead of a dark gray. Scovillain is a very good name.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a very fun name. I like, grass fire type. That's cool. I'm happy for the people who have been waiting for that. And making it a hot pepper is the right call, for that type combo. So I dig it. Its signature move is kind of interesting. It like buffs some stats and lowers some other ones, which is weird but interesting.
It's definitely an odd one.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll grow on me. It's already grown on me, kind of. Then we got Cacnea.
Before we go to Cacnea, do you want to shoot for 300 today?
Oh, okay.
Because we just hit 250.
Yeah, so it's 4 o'clock. We can definitely do 50 more in an hour, probably.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay. So,
I don't have anywhere to be later today. I don't have Ghost Trick after. I'm asking for... I think we should stop at 300 and do the final 100 as another part, but...
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan then.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that we didn't have a time constraint. Maybe I'll look for the movie and we can watch that later if you want. Or if you're going to be like doing other stuff. But I don't know. I haven't hung out with anybody in a while, so being able to hang out with you is kind of cool.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay, so Cacnea and Cacturn here because we have a desert.
Here's a standout Gen 3 Pokemon. James has a Cacnea, so I remember the Cacnea a lot more. Cacturn is a very cool design. Like I like Cacnea better than Cacturn, but I do like Cacturn.
Cacturn is very cool. It's like, okay, we're gonna take the scary scarecrow idea and we're gonna roll with it. Except Cacnea is the one who rolls, so we're gonna walk we're gonna walk with it very slowly, but never stopping until you are exhausted. Which is funny because that's what humans did to catch their prey. Apparently, sometimes it probably varied depending on which prey, because sometimes that would not necessarily work.
I really liked how they used Cacnea in New Snap.
Yeah, I think it was a very good Snap-like way to use Cacnea. It very much felt like New Snap was great. Obviously, it captured the original perfectly.
New Snap was my favorite Pokemon game until Legends Arceus, which was my favorite Pokemon game until Scarlet.
Yeah, New Snap did exactly what it was trying to do. I don't know how well it sold. I haven't looked, but I hope it sold really, really well because
2.5 million copies. Last I checked. Yeah, respectable, but not great for a Pokemon game.
It's so good.
It's amazing.
It's so cinematic and exactly what it needed to be. I was wondering why they didn't release more DLC. God damn it. I would pay $60 for 5 more tracks. Like, I would pay a full game's worth for any more content.
I wouldn't. Game. I would pay $30 for 5 more tracks, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it would be worth it. Like, I would pay a significant amount of money.
That is one of the most chill, fun games I've ever played.
It's great. It's so good. It's such a it is exactly like it expanded on Snap in exactly the right ways. The Pokemon they chose were so interesting. Like, I've always kind of gone to bat for Luminion because I think it's underrated, but then in New Snap you get to see it like being a bottom feeder and learning about its habits, and like that's so cool. Okay. But yeah, I do really like Cacnea and Cacturne. They're fun. I've never really used them. Cacturne's really slow, so I don't often find myself using it, but it has a lot of like, it has like Sucker Punch, and it can get Drain Punch and stuff, so it's not like awful or anything. I might try using it sometime, but I don't know. Then we got Relor. I was not expecting them to ever make a Dung Beetle, but it's a mud ball.
Oh, but they didn't make a Dung Beetle. They made a Mud Beetle.
It's
definitely a Mud Beetle. We promise.
And it's so wild that it turns into an Egyptian majestic scarab. But I mean, that makes sense. I think they are closely related.
And it gets the revival move, which actually makes way more sense on Rabska than it does on Palmot.
Yeah, I have to. I'm not sure. Like, I think the idea behind Palmot is that it's a shonen protagonist Pokemon used by the shonen protagonist rival, and so it has the ability to revive its friends, which I think I think that's the flavor reason. Whereas Rabska has it because it's like Egyptian and psychic and
scarabs
cool.
Scarabs are, I forget the exact mythology behind it, but scarabs are part of the Egyptian mythology about the cycle of life and death.
Yeah, it's actually, I do know the one of the stories. The cycle of the day is Ra dying and being brought back to life, and he's brought back to life by a scarab. He kind of like turns into a scarab, sort of, but like basically like he shares his power with this magic scarab god, and that's how he comes back to life every morning. So so it fits perfectly. It's extremely thematic for Rabska to have it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I think
definitely.
Rabska's really cool. It's kind of like it's kind of got like a mustache. Like if you look at it upside down, it's got a Kabuto helmet and a mustache, which is very funny.
Oh, it's a great design.
Because it's supposed to be like sort of Egyptian, supposed to be, but like it works really well as like a sort of Japanese design too, because like they like their beetles in Japan, so like I get it. It's a really great design, and I definitely would not have expected it, but it works really well. Okay, I have no idea why Venonat and Venomoth are in this game. They're not, like, of the Gen 1 bugs, they are
so happy.
I'm happy for them. It's good for them. It's good for the people who like Venonat and Venomoth. I love bugs. I do not always remember Venonat and Venomoth exist.
Well, they've gotten no love for the past 25 years.
It's true, but they are also kind of like...
Venonat's just a fluffy little ball friend.
No, I like them. I like them fine. Venonat's great. It's a very cute little orb, and Venomoth is a perfectly serviceable moth design. It's just that
I like Venonat better than Venomoth, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, I like them fine. I'm glad that they're in the game. You know, there are a lot of other butterflies in the game, that's all. I do appreciate that it's in the game. It doesn't really do a whole lot that Butterfree doesn't do. And, like, Butterfree is, like, immune to ground-type moves, which is nice. But, I mean, you know, Venomoth can't miss its toxic now, which is nice, and...
Thoughts on the theory that Venomoth and Butterfree were swapped at some point in the design stage? I actually ascribe to that theory.
I don't know how I feel about, like, I mean, you can
Butterfree
say that, but I don't know if
obviously was supposed to evolve from Venonat, right?
They do look similar, but...
They've got the same bug eyes, they've got the same fangs.
But, like, notably, Caterpie looks like the caterpillars of the butterfly that looks like Butterfree. Like, that is how they're supposed to look. It's, like, that's how it's supposed to work. So, like, so I think that Venonat just kind of looks like it because they have the same person designed them. Like, the same team was working on it. Like, it doesn't not look like it's supposed to evolve into Venomoth. Venomoth's got the fangs. It's got the arms look a little different, but it still has the little clutchy arms. Like, I just think that like it's a little bit too much of a this makes it work better. Like, even if they were originally supposed to like be designed together, and then they decided, oh no, let's make the caterpillar of Butterfree look like how the caterpillars of this kind of butterfly really do kind of look. And then they decided to give Venonat something else. I don't really know if that means anything. Like, it's not really something, like, it's like, oh, they kind of look similar.
I do believe that Venomoth, Caterpie, and Metapod all came after the Venonat Butterfree split.
That's possible, but, like, honestly, but, like, Butterfree also looks like a Master Ball. There's not really any reason for that. It's just that's what they decided a Master Ball was going to look like.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get the idea. It's like it's a fun little thing to notice, but for me it's just kind of like a sure whatever. It doesn't really mean as much to me. The reason why I'm interested in Ditto as a failed clone of Mew is because A, Mew is my favorite Pokemon, and B, it has lore implications. But like Venonat and Butterfree being connected is just like a design thing. They don't really seem to be super connected other than both being butterflies other than that, and like most butterflies would be kind of related, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't expect to have strong opinions about Venonat and Venomoth today, but it's fine. It's whatever. Pineco and Fortress are fun. Fortress is so shiny.
I think Pineco and Fortress are in this game because they wanted to have Pokemon drop from trees, and they thought, shit, what Pokemon can drop from trees? Fortress.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the big headbutt guys. I mean, like the other ones are not in the game. Like it's
I like the textures on Pineco.
Oh yeah, Pineco looks pretty good. It looks very much like a Pinecone. And then Fortress is just so shiny. It's so shiny. But like basically none of the other major headbutt mons are in the game. Like I don't even think Heracross is in the game.
Yes, it is, but it just wanders around.
Yeah, okay, but like Apom isn't in the game. Apom's the big one that I think of, and then there's Munchlax is the honey tree, which is like similar.
This is the first generation without Snorlax in a while. Like, I'm pretty sure it's in Gen 7. It's definitely in Gen 8.
I don't think it is in Alola, actually.
Really?
I don't think so off the top of my head. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. No, it is, because it has its special Z move. Never mind. I'm crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely in the Gen 6 decks, because I used a Snorlax in my playthrough.
Yeah, I mean, it blocks the way, so it's like it's part of the plot.
I think the last time we didn't have Snorlax in the regional decks was Gen 5, where we had nothing in the regional decks.
Yeah, and then it wasn't in Gen 3 either. It wasn't in Gen 3. But it was in Gen 4. Munchlax, you hardest to find Pokemon in the world.
I'm actually thinking about it. I'm really sad Snorlax isn't in Gen 9, because having it block your path would have been really cool.
It would have, but it would have... it's introducing linearity. It's blocking your path. People who argue about it with moral games, I'm going to fight them. I still just... We don't have to get into that right now.
Well, you can always go around the Snorlax. With the level design in Scarlet, you can go around basically anything. But I think having a Snorlax lying there blocking certain paths, especially if they were just side paths that led to something cool, I think that would have been really neat.
I could see that being pretty cool. Fortress and Pineco are really solid designs. Brock had a Pineco that turned into a Fortress, and that was really cool for him, I think. I really like that Fortress kind of like... Fortress is obviously like a classic tanky Pokemon, Bug Steel, only one weakness. It's it's the classic entry hazard setter, and it's a fun little dude. I think it works really well as a design, like for bagworms, like for what bagworms are. Turning itself into a metal fortress is very funny, and I like the way they kind of redid the idea with Burmy, and they didn't really and they kind of like they clearly like paid homage to Fortress and Pineco being bagworms by having one of the types be Bug Steel. I think it kind of works. It works really well.
Shame Fortress about the weakness to fire.
Yeah, but like it's the only weakness it has. Like it resists so much shit. And like it has sturdy too, so it can take a hit.
Wait, is that
Let
the
me-
only weakness it has?
Yep. That's
Huh.
why Durant is such a fucking menace.
That's some pretty good typing.
Yeah, it's one of the best types in the game. It's why one of the reasons why Scizor is so good, and why I hesitate to think that Cleavor would see play, because Steel Bug is so good. Rock Bug isn't bad though. It only has like a couple weaknesses. It's like weak to rock itself and then water.
Rock doesn't resist rock?
Nope.
Huh. Rock's weak to ice too, right?
Nope, that's ground.
Really? Rock isn't weak to ice?
Nope.
I've thought it was weak to ice for like 25 years.
No, it's just that a lot of rock types are also part ground, and it doesn't resist ice, so...
Fair enough.
It's like thinking that rock types are immune to electricity, in my view. Funny. But yeah, okay, we got Scyther.
Hell
Scyther!
yes. Scyther is such a cool mon. Scizor is... It's cool.
It's cool in a very different way from Scyther.
Very different from Scyther, yeah.
The fun thing about Scyther and Scizor, same base stat total.
What?
Yeah. They just reorganized it so that Scizor it hits harder and tanks harder, but it's a lot slower. But they have the same base stat total. Scyther is a lot faster. It's very interesting the way that they made Scizor a side grade to Scyther instead of a full-on upgrade, and I think that's really cool. I mean, obviously, though, it is kind of an upgrade because Bug Steel is a better type, and Scizor gets access to a lot of good tricks like Bullet Punch and things like that are usually very, very useful, a lot more than Scyther's stab moves.
Yeah.
But it is very interesting that they have the same base stat total. Also, Scizor is apparently a foot taller, but I don't know where that height comes from.
Alana says she thinks Scizor is too smooth compared to how organic the other one is. Yeah, and I think I agree with that. Like, Scyther is a bug. Scyther is very obviously a bug. It's
kind
really
of a weird
cool
dino bug.
Well,
yeah, but
yes,
it is a very cool. It's basically it's essentially every like 8-year-old boy's like favorite thing in the goddamn world. It's like, okay, I saw this praying mantis this one time, so I'm gonna make a praying mantis, but it's gonna be also like a dinosaur, and so instead of just having like, I'm gonna make its blade arm super huge. And like, honestly, Scyther kind of feels like a Digimon to me, but like in a good way. I like Digimon, and I like Pokemon that feel like Digimon, but like. But it feels very much like a, hey, this is for all the little boys in the crowd. And like, honestly, I get that. I love Scyther too. It's totally good. But like, I think the Scizor, like the whole idea is that you give it a metal coat and it changes entirely, and it becomes this like futuristic smooth thing. I think it, like flavor wise it works. And the fact that it is so different, but it has the same base stat total, I think they intended it to be extremely different and like let you be able to choose which one you want, which I think is kind of cool.
Makes sense. I still think Scizor is better than Scyther, though.
Yeah, again, Scizor has a better type. Bug Steel is a genuinely amazing type, and being able to take a few hits is usually better than being fast, especially if you have priority moves like Scizor has. Scyther has a couple of priority moves, but none of them are stab, so... whereas Scizor has Bullet Punch, and you get stab with that, so it's nice.
So you were asking about Heracross.
Oh yeah, there's Heracross. Hi, bud. I forgot.
You find it outside of Ares' place, and I know this because I was grinding on low kicks and Heracross for a while.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Heracross is a solid Pokemon. It's another one of those things that, like, Pokemon was made by a bug collector, which makes it really sad that so many of the early bugs were so bad. But like they started. Heracross was the first really good bug, and then like it was only really good because it wasn't really reliant on the fact that it was a bug and it just had good stats, Like, Scyther was good, but then they made Scizor, and Scizor's really good because of its typing. But then they started making bugs more actually good. But, like, Heracross, it's just a Hercules beetle. Like, it's just a goddamn beetle, and it owns it, and it works really well. It's clearly just a beetle.
Yeah, it's a great design.
It's an amazing design. I really do like it. I think that Mega Heracross is a little underrated. It's goofy, but I like it. It goes very hard. They give it gun arms for some reason, and I dig that a lot. I don't know why they did that, but I mean, a lot of beetles have like projectile defenses, so like in a certain way, it kind of works. I think they did it because like they also gave Pinsir one, and like Pinsir's Mega is like a Sentai villain, and Heracross is supposed to be a Sentai hero. I think it's a Kamen Rider reference, but I don't know for sure. I don't know enough about Kamen Rider, but I know they're bug-based Kamen Riders. There's
a lot of bug-based Kamen Riders.
Yeah, but you know, Heracross, it's just solid design. It's just very iconic, very solid. Ash had one, and it was a character. You know, like it's very solid. Okay, Flittle. I saw Flittle, and I was like, what the hell is this marshmallow-looking alien creature? Is it a jellyfish? And then I saw it had a beak, and I was like, oh, okay, it's some kind of weird bird. And then I saw a Spathra in the desert, and it was like way too high a level for me. And I was like, okay, that's a weird thing. And then I looked up what level Flittle evolves, and it said it evolves into a Spathra. I was like, oh, of course it does.
Yeah, I didn't connect that either. I also didn't notice it had a mouth.
Yeah, it has a little bird beak, which I only really noticed because I looked at the
Pokedex thing.
Yeah, the Pokedex entry. It definitely, you know, it's a little cheaper. It's a little. I just named mine Creature, I think, when I first got it.
Yeah, I don't.
And then a Spathra is really interesting.
Yet another Egyptian thing for some reason.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how much of a tie Spain has to Egypt. I'd have to look it up. But they, you know, so they throw in some Egyptian vibes anytime there's a desert, because I think Japan just likes Egypt.
Well, everybody likes Egypt.
It's fair enough. It's a very weird, like, hippie-looking design at the same time. It's very psychedelic, which, you know, it's a psychic type. But I would really think it would
have to be more vibrantly colored to count as psychedelic.
I guess so. Yeah, it's a little bit too pastel-y, but I think it like with the giant blue eyes and everything, and somebody said somewhere that it looks like Lady Gaga, which oh yeah, North Africa and Spain are really close. Like the Ottomans ruled over North Africa and Spain, and Carthage, which was a place in North Africa, also ruled Spain. So yeah, that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense that Spain and Egypt would be kind of related. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't know that. I guess that makes sense. The Middle East is kind of like, Egypt is kind of included in the Middle East, which is a little bit weird. It's kind of a way to exclude it from Africa so that the rest of Africa can be homogeneous, which is very dumb. But we don't got to talk about that right now.
Yeah.
I really like a Spathra. I used one for my whole playthrough. Its signature move is real cool, Lumina Crash, and its ability, Opportunist, is wild.
What does Opportunist do?
Whenever your opponent raises a stat, you raise it right back.
Oh yeah, that ability.
It's kind of like an alternate way. It's basically the same ability as Flamigo has. But sort of in the opposite way, where
Flamigo copies your ally.
Yeah, when you come in, whereas Opportunist copies your opponent whenever it boosts. So if you send it in against an already boosted opponent, it doesn't work. But honestly, I was thinking about using a Spathra to deal with Dondozo, because that would be a freaking hilarious thing to do. But I just wasn't sure if a Spathra was actually good enough on its own. Like, Lumina Crash is good, but like lowering your opponent's stats is only useful so often. Like, usually you want to boost yourself. So I'd have to think about it some. But like, it's
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just going to reiterate what I said.
I really like Espathra's design. I don't like Flittle. If Flittle falls into my problem with small Pokemon, first off, But
Oh yeah.
Flittle is just kind of a little blob thing with
Yeah.
frills, and it doesn't look that much like a Spathra.
I have to look up some of what Flittle's design elements, design inspirations actually are. Like it's got a skirt and that turns into the dress, and I think that makes sense. But like it has a lot more pink on it, like a lot brighter of a pink than like
Yeah,
a space.
Flittle is vibrant.
Yeah,
see
so
the
I feel like
turnaround of Flittle. Sure, one sec. Oh, it's got a little tail.
oh yeah, it does. It's got pigtails, and I think that's really it's really cute. It's like a if a Spacer is like a cool hippie, then like Flittle is like a 12-year-old from the 80s who like has the giant pigtails and the big old hoop skirt. It's like the big old skirt. They very much feel like 80s Pokemon, and I like them a lot. Oh, is it hippo time? Oh, I think it's hippo time.
Oh no, is it hippo time? It is hippo time.
Hippopotas and Hippowdon are funny as hell. I love them. They capture the essence of hippos perfectly. I think it works. It's like it's just a very simple like what if hippo, but instead of water, sand. And I'm like, yes,
my
perfect.
oh no is entirely because I hated facing them in their debut generation, not because it's a bad design. They're good.
Yeah.
They're a good design.
Sandstream is irritating as shit, but you know, I mean, like, it's a really solid design. The fact that they have all the holes on them is a little bit weird for me, for personal reasons. But it works fine, and I don't, as long as I don't focus on them too much, and it works really well. It's a very excellent, and like the main thing with the hippo is the giant mouth, and they got the giant mouth, and they look like mean hippos, but Hippopotas also looks like a cute hippo because hippos can look cute, except like it's like they've got these big buck teeth, which I really like, and then like Hippowdon really focuses on the I can crush an entire watermelon without any problems.
I like the hippopotases yelling at each other in the background. But yeah, great designs on Hippowdon.
Yeah, I really dig it. Oh, we got Sandile next.
Hey, little
These
crocodile
really
friend.
I love that they've got the hippos and the crocodiles in the sand together because they live in watering holes together. It's actually really fun. And I really do dig the way that they swim through the sand in this game, even though it's really hard to see them half the time. It's like, God, but like in that case, it's
unlike Greavard. It's really cute because their eyes and their little snout poke up above the sand, whereas Greavard is just the candle, and its shiny is different from below the candle down, so you can't see if it's a shiny unless you walk up to it and have it pop out of the ground.
Which is a troll move, but also very funny.
But yeah, Sandile is very cute. Crocorock is your standard middle teenage Evo, and I wish Crocodile was the same color as Sandile and Crocorock.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a cool design though. Like,
definitely.
It looks like it's like super angry, which makes sense because Anger Point is its hidden ability.
What's that do?
When you get hit by a critical hit, your attack goes up by 6 stages.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's really hard to pull off. It's also an ability that Tauros has, and the Mankey line, obviously.
Well, seeing as Meowscarada auto crits with its signature move.
Yeah, the thing is, the crits usually do a lot of damage. So, like, you'd have to use it with a weak Pokemon that isn't going to do a ton of damage. Usually, it's like a
no. I'm saying like as a counter to your opponent's Meowscarada.
Again, you have to survive.
And yeah, but Meowscarada is really fast. If you do survive, the flower drop or whatever it's called, flower trick. That's it. You can immediately hit them back with 6-stage damage.
It's true. On Crocodile in particular, it's not really that useful because its other 2 abilities are already really good. Intimidate.
Oh, yeah, it gets Intimidate.
But also it has Moxie, which is probably better in a single player run, just because like when you knock something out, your attack goes up. That's what the Quaxley line has, which it's much better in singles than doubles because there's more Pokemon to go through, and less Pokemon out at once, obviously. So you can really get on a roll in with Moxie and singles if you play your cards right. But yeah, the Crocorock's just like really good, solid dark type crocodiles that are sandy. It's really hard to say anything about these really solid designs. You know, it's just like, yes, this is good. It's a prisoner gangster crocodile of the sand. It's like, yes, it's good. And I'm
very good.
And the fact that there's a One Piece character named Sir Crocodile has absolutely nothing to do with how much I love these guys. Absolutely not. Yeah, Teddy just said in the chat, that's the main way that people try to use it. The Beartic doesn't have very good special attack, and Frost Breath always crits. So you can use Frost Breath to activate Anger Point. That's how like a lot of people try to make it work. But Crocodile's weak to it too, so you kind of have to be careful. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'm sorry about this.
No worries.
So, but we've only got hit. So, Silicobra is next, and that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we've got 31 Pokemon to go.
Yeah. Be back in a sec.
Yep. So, Teddy, last I heard you were facing AI Sada. I presume you've beaten the game by now. How'd that go? How'd you like it? Oh, you lost. I see. How cool is that fight, though? It's awesome. So I didn't lose to AI Sada on my first attempt. How does it justify kicking you back out and having you leave the lab and level up? Like, does it just pretend that you loaded a previous save, or what? Force quit when you lost to save your items, I see. Oh well. Excuse me. How many of her Pokemon did you beat? Well, you're on your second attempt now, so I guess we'll find out. Died on the last one, attempt 1. Got her, attempt 2. Nice. Yeah, Roaring Moon is tough. Yeah, I picked a good spot for background music for the stream. I actually picked the spot because that's where I was breeding Pokemon and stuff. I breed at Zapapico and hatch them in the circuit around town. But it is good music for the stream. And yeah, that's definitely going to traumatize Arvin. That's glitchy text I'm going to use the video function to look at. Do you want to know what it says? Because I can just tell you. Oh, nope, you found it. AI Sana has no intention of fighting anymore. Yup. It's such a cool moment, the glitchy text. Oh. The whole sequence is so awesome. So well written, heart-tugging, and tragic. Yeah, finally getting to use Koraidon. Oh, it's such a good ending. Such a good bookend to the start of the game. Yeah, the Koraidon versus Koraidon fight is a bit odd. Oddly structured. But it comes at the end of such a cool sequence that it's just a capstone to the events of the last however long. Where is she? I've been waiting for you to experience this sequence, Teddy. It's so good. Oh, I think I heard her. so nice that the story actually kind of makes out the AI to be immensely caring, possibly more caring than the snapshot of a person she's operating off of. Yeah, it's an interesting difference between what we see of AI Sada and what we see of Sada herself, or what we hear about Sada herself, who was neglectful of her son and had this wild dream that she pursued single-mindedly without any care for the damage it would do to the environment of Paldea. And the AI is just like, what the fuck, lady? That's no. And she spends all this time trying to figure out a way to stop it, and being unable to without outside help. And her story is so tragic.
Okay, hi, I'm back. Sorry if there was a bunch of noise in the microphone as I like put all my stuff away.
No worries. Welcome back.
I did, yeah. I heard you guys talking about the end of the game. It's very good stuff.
It's
I
very
haven't
good
eaten
stuff.
except for like an apple that I ate at noon because there's not a lot of food in my house and I don't have money.
Yeah, I haven't eaten anything except a brick of ramen that I had at 11 a.m. I was actually just thinking that we might end at either here or at 275 and pick the rest of it up tomorrow.
Yeah, that might be a good plan. What's 275? Let me look at what 275 is. Okay, yeah, that's a good place to end it. So Silicobra is first up here.
I want to like Silicobra and Sandaconda, but there's something about the designs that just doesn't get me.
I used one in my playthrough of Sword, and I really liked it. It's goofy and weird, but the fact that it's a goddamn sand shotgun snake is very funny and stupid. Like, that's not how anacondas work. It has nothing to do with anything that like, the fact that a cobra turns into an anaconda is very dumb and weird. Like, it's patterned kind of like an anaconda, but like, for the most part, it's a very dumb, weird design, but I love it a lot because it's like, it's so off the wall, and it works really well.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see why you like it. It's just, I just can't get behind it.
Yeah, I can feel that. Like, it definitely like is a weird design. And I don't like love it more than like a lot of like it's not like the best snake design because it's very weird, but I do still like it because like I'm just like I gotta own the weirdness, you know?
Yeah.
It's a very weird worm, but there is like a sand boa that it actually does kind of look like. It doesn't coil up like this though, but the sand boa is similarly goofy and has like big nostrils and stuff. Yeah. So I will say, there was something I wanted to comment on the end of the game. Teddy in the chat was like the AI seemed to actually feel really bad that it couldn't like leave and actually like help. And it is really interesting that the AI seemed to have been like
very
so much
human.
better than the human. Like, it's interesting. I kind of want to see. It's the same thing that we talked about last time with like we don't know where exactly the AI actually went. Like, we assume that she went to the past or the future, but like it could also be like the secret spoiler stuff that we talked about.
Yeah.
And actually, I kind of wonder if maybe if the secret spoiler stuff plays out the way I think it is, if like the AI is actually like a manifestation of that instead of like actually being a copy of the professor, it's actually like the influence of the secret spoiler stuff, and that is why it's so different than how it seems like the parenthood the professor actually was.
I'm going to come
And
out
that
and say it. I hope we don't see the AI again. I think the AI had a perfect ending to her story.
I don't know. It's just that I don't really. I mean, I guess I don't like time travel as a mechanic because I mean, like, they're probably not going to do super well in the ancient past. Like the distant future, maybe, but like it depends on if there's still humans around, which there might not be since there's all these robot Pokemon.
Yeah, the credits music is a weird choice, but I like it.
I was not expecting it. It made me laugh out loud. I was like, "What lyrical credits music? What the hell?" It's the Ed Sheeran, but it's a good Ed Sheeran song. I ain't complaining.
It's the first Ed Sheeran song I've ever heard.
He makes pretty good music most of the time. Yeah, I would like to see the AI again just because I would like Arvin to have a parent. But that's just me wanting, the happiest possible ending, which I always do. Okay, so next we've got Mudbray.
Mudbray and Mudsdale. I like the design of Mudsdale. I would
Mudsdale's
never
great.
use a Mudsdale.
I did use one in Sun and Moon. It's a very strong Pokemon. It's really slow, but it hits really hard, and with stamina, it can get really, really defensive.
That's the one where it gets hit and it raises its defense, right?
Yep.
One of the Reviver mobiles had that.
Yeah, it's really wild. And it's a very strong Pokemon, and you get to ride one in Sun and Moon. You ride it over rough terrain. It's very cool. I think Mudbray, like the evolution of Mudbray to Mudsdale is like is really excellent, and I think the idea of like a Clydesdale horse where it's like big floofy feet are actually like mud packed and they hit even harder because of that.
Yeah.
It's like that's a pretty solid idea, and I think that it works really well.
But yeah, I like Mudsdale. Again, I would never use one. Ground types aren't my thing, but
I like them sometimes. It kind of depends.
Also, horses aren't my thing. I don't really like horses.
I like horses.
Either
like
real
horses
ones or fictional ones.
I'm not a horse girl per se, but I almost was for a little bit. I probably might have been if my dad was not in the business of giving me technology rather than like taking me out to animal things most of the time.
Yeah.
But like I do like horses. They're weird creatures. They're absolutely bizarre creatures, but I like them. They're big and dumb and goofy, but also kind of majestic and cool.
That's not Ed Sheeran, Teddy. That's who is that guy? His name is flown out of my head.
Oh, that's God. It's Post Malone.
Post Malone, that's the name. I knew it started with P.
Post Malone is, I don't really care about his personal life, but he's made a lot of good music lately because he kind of went into like a rock direction.
Yeah, and you've kind of hit the nail on the head. For everything I know about Post Malone is that he's completely harmless in every way.
He's kind of the epitome of like, okay, we get it. You do weed. We get it. We get it. We get it. But like, I don't really think about that very often. I just like, I like his music a fair amount. Okay, so the final two are Larvesta and Volcarona.
I'm excited. Oh,
So
this
yeah,
is my
I looked
favorite
ahead.
bug and one of my favorite fire types. Oh,
It's one of the best goddamn Pokemon in the entire goddamn world.
it's so good.
I love Golisopod and I love Vivian for personal reasons, but Volcarona's got to be like between like it's right there in the top three, and I don't know which I would pick of the three. It's so good. Its place in the Unova storyline, like in the Unova like world building, is really cool. In Black and White 2, you can just get one at level 35. You can just find it. You can if you go out of the way a little bit and you go into like a couple of secret passages, you can find your way to a level 35 Volcarona. And then you're like right in the same
Wait, a level
town
35 Volcarona?
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How? Talk about a legal Pokemon. That's like 20 levels lower.
Yeah, you also can get a level 25 Braviary or Mandibuzz depending on evolution or depending on version, which is also like 30 levels too early. And that's because like because Black and White 2 were like, we may have fucked up a little bit here with these evolution levels. Let's just here. The best part is that the Braviary and Mandibuzz have their hidden abilities. And on Mandibuzz, that's kind of bad, but on Braviary, it's absolutely amazing because its hidden ability is Defiant.
Ooh.
Yeah, God, Volcarona is so good. It's just, like, I mean, like, it's a badass moth. It's based on one of the coolest existing moths, and it's just the sun. It's a goddamn the sun. It's so good. It's so good, and Larvesta is so nice too. It's just like the fact that you get it from an egg, and it takes until like so long to evolve in the original Black and White is stupid. But
yeah, this should have evolved at like level 35.
But like, it is an excellent. No, I mean, like, it deserves to evolve that late because Volcarona is a goddamn force of nature. And I get it.
It's practically a legendary bug.
Yeah, it's sort of the Gyarados of Gen 5.
What's its BST? Because I'd argue in intention it's a pseudo.
Hold on. I don't remember. It's definitely not a pseudo, like, in terms of stats. I think it's like it might be like high 400s, low 500s. Never mind, it's 550. Holy shit.
So it's practically a pseudo.
Yeah, it has the same base stat total as Urshifu.
God damn, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Ursaluna and King Gambit and Golden Go. So that says a lot about those guys. But yeah, it's just such a good little like. Unova had like 5 different sick ass bug lines, and I'm like, you're.
Yeah, Unova was eating good for bug trainers.
Oh yes, that's one of the reasons why it is my favorite region. But yeah, like the fact that Larvesta is just this little critter with a fire mane, and it's like it's very much an omen of things to come, and then Volcarona is just so gorgeous.
It's amazing. And its shiny looks awesome.
Yeah, it goes for like a yellow which like
it's
still
golden.
ties. Yeah, it ties in really well with the sun theming. It's very excellent. But yeah, I like you and I both very much agree on Volcarona, and they gave it 2 paradox forms, one future, one past, because
as it deserves.
As it deserves. As it deserves.
Slitherwing is my favorite Paradox Mon.
Feed me, yes. I mean, oh god, I have no idea what my favorite Paradox is. It's probably... God, that's a tough one. I really like Fluttermane. It's very cool and spooky.
Fluttermane's up there for me too. That's because I love Mischievous. Mischievous is my favorite ghost type.
I also really love Mischievous. But Iron Valiant is kind of weird, and I kind of like how much of a fanfic design is. It's a goddamn robot Mega Gallade Gardevoir fusion. Like, Pokemon did that. They actually officially did that. That's a wild. The fact that they actually like did that in official capacity is very stupid and funny. But yeah, so that's 275.
That's a good place to stop.
Yeah,
you're having fun doing this, right? Because I am.
Of course I am. Is it not obvious?
I just wanted to make sure because it's taken us 9 hours to get 2/3 of the way through the Pokedex.
Yeah, I mean, like
I'm having a blast.
Time.
I think this is great. I think talking about the stuff we're talking about is great fun. People are enjoying it, but I wanted to make sure you were having fun because this is taking a while.
Yeah, no, I'm having a great time. This is solid. Yeah, I think it was a little slower today because I'm not at 100%. I've kind of had a headache because I haven't eaten.
Yeah.
But this is a lot of fun, and I I haven't been able to interact with my friends too much lately, so this has been really nice.
Good.
Yeah. If you do want to watch the movie that I'm at, the third Pokemon movie, we can do that. I would have a watch party, but I don't know. I mean, like I guess I do know where I can do that. I could probably find it if you guys know Caracal. I could probably find it through a website that'll work on Caracal. I have to look because like obviously I'm gonna want to find the dub because there's not a reason not to watch the dub for Pokemon in my opinion.
I'm gonna say not tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. I really do like the third Pokemon movie, which is why I would love to show it to you at any time because it's so good. It's so good. It's such a good movie, and also it's shockingly relevant to the way that the end of Scarlet and Violet plays out. Honestly, it's probably like the third movie is probably part of why I think that it's not the situation is not as straightforward as time travel. But part of it is just that Pokemon has done dimensional shenaniganery way more than it's done like time-based shenaniganery. Although obviously like Legends is different, but like in terms of like technological stuff that humans have figured out. But I don't really know, and I'm excited to see what the game actually does for its DLC and everything. So
I'm excited too. I cannot wait. After this, I hope we get a new area to explore.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Actually, before we go, do you have a Bagon and a Gulpin, and possibly a Ceruledge?
I do, but let's trade those off stream so I can finish the YouTube video.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Okay. Just DM me when you're good to go on that then.
Will do.
Okay.
So same time tomorrow?
Yeah, sounds good. I have class tomorrow, but I'll be home by noon, so it'll be totally fine.
Awesome.
Catch you later.
Catch you later. All right, well, that'll be it for tonight. Sorry I didn't get to shiny hunting, but this once again took 5 hours. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. We had a steady 6 to 8 people watching for the whole time. I hope you guys can show up tomorrow as well. We'll be doing this again tomorrow at noon EST. And we'll be finishing out the Pokedex, the last 125, which will probably take us 4 to 5 hours again. But, again, we're filling the time with cool stuff to talk about. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.